is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. President William Ruto has proposed the new long-term national development plan to guide Kenya after Vision 2030. Speaking during his State of the Nation address, Ruto said Vision 2030 is nearing its end and called for an inclusive process to develop a people-driven national charter. He said the new framework should be anchored in the Constitution and guide the country's development beyond political administrations.
The second reason why I believe this is our moment is because our current roadmap is approaching its destination. Vision 2030 has brought us this far, but it is approaching its horizon. It has served Kenya well. It transformed the way we think about national development, provided a common direction, inspired investment, guided policy in the public space, and demonstrated the power of long-term planning. But honesty also requires us to acknowledge that some of its ambitions remain unattained.
The Nuclear Power and Energy Agency has defended plans to build a nuclear power plant in Siaya, assuring lawmakers that the project will meet strict safety and environmental standards. Appearing before the Senate Energy Committee, the agency said the project is safe and is aimed at addressing public concerns that have surrounded the proposal since it was first announced.
In regards to safety, security, and safeguards for a nuclear power plant is supreme, and no vendor country, no international atomic energy agency will allow any country to proceed with any construction if you cannot demonstrate that these measures have been put through.
And in terms of nuclear, we don't have Mutumba nuclear, so that the way we get second used cars from developed world. So we need to be very clear now. Are we going with the Americans, the Chinese, the Russians, or the French, so that the other things can be able to move faster?
A Nairobi court has allowed the National Police Service to call additional witnesses in the inquest into the death of Rex Masai. The court ruled that the new witnesses could help establish the circumstances surrounding his death, but declined a request to recall one witness for a third time. Magistrate Geoffrey Onsarigo said the need to establish the truth must be balanced with the timely conclusion of the case. U.S. President Donald Trump says Board of Peace has reached an agreement for the complete disarmament of Hamas and other armed groups in Gaza. A senior Hamas official has also confirmed the group has agreed to the plan, with an official statement expected soon. Trump says Israel will withdraw from Gaza once disarmament is complete, describing the deal as a major step toward a new Palestinian government. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Bungala Mbubi. How are you doing? It is now 4 minutes past 6 o'clock. Wakati ni wa kufanya ile kitu tunaita the People's Breakfast. City Muga is in the studio as well, and we shall be hosting a host of other folks who are going to be having some very serious conversations. And today we want to touch on a little bit of religion, but that's later on. Do stick around to find out what that is all about. Meanwhile, it is the 31st day of July. It is the last day. So if you know you are not in good terms with your HR, today is the day to make sure that you have amended whatever problems that you have together. Uende huko mwambie kama ulikuwa maybe umemkosea, leo mpelekee flowers kama ni dada, kama ni mwanaume, sijui wanaume. Siti, hebu niambie wanaume wanapendanga nini? Good morning.
Morning, Paul.
Siti, HR wanaume unaweza wapatia nini?
You know, the first question was puzzling.
Yes, which is?
Wanaume wanapendaga nini? Kuna vitu kwa wewe hujui.
No, mimi najua. But unajua wanaume wengi ni tofauti. Unajua?
Wako tofauti vile.
For example, what a priest would prefer as a gift is probably very different from what the CEO of Safaricom would prefer as a gift. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You don't know what I mean, right?
Mimi sijui what you mean. Umesikia hiyo?
Okay, do you know what I mean?
Hapo nimepata. No, what you would do,
yes,
is buy them a pen.
A pen. Okay.
Well, I like pens, so if you ask me,
nilikuwa nimesawa ni mwalimu.
I'll probably tell you what I personally like. I'll buy them a pen.
Yes. Okay. So anyway, the point here is ongea na HR vizuri ndio mshahara ingie kwa account yako vizuri. Na kama ni accountant wenyu mwenye anakuanga yule mjamaa wa kublock pesa kuingia sababu maybe uko na deni yake, my friend, wewe enda umwambie hata akate in advance but atume the rest. The point is it's payday, so make sure that you do the necessary. Au sio? To ensure that money checks into your account. Na wale wa wages wenye wanachukuanga cash kwa sababu umefanya kazi yako ya leo, unapatiwa cash yako naambiwa kwa heri. Leo hata angalia boss, umwambie boss ni aje leo kunywa chai. You know? Ndio next month we make sure bado uko na unacheki. Umsanaelewa. Siti, did you watch the president's speech yesterday?
Neither. I didn't only not watch.
Yeah.
I also did not listen.
Why?
Because I'm going to read it today.
Oh.
Yes.
So you didn't watch, you didn't listen.
No.
You were busy doing other things.
No. I will read it today.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I did listen. You know, me I didn't appreciate tuliekwa tension the whole day for nothing. Aki mimi hata nisikudanganya City. Tuliekwa tension, unajua ni kama ile mama yako anakuambia nikikuja kwa nyumba nikupate. Utaniambia ulikuwa unafanya nini pale nje. That is what we were done for yesterday. At least in my opinion. I was expecting maybe he will do a cabinet reshuffle, government reshuffle, maybe name a few new ministries or maybe fire a few more ministers.
Reshuffle is coming.
I know, but I expected that last night. I thought maybe he's going to announce a huge collaboration maybe with America or the UK or Germany or even South Africa or Tanzania or Dangote has come now. Refinery hata imesonga kutoka inajengwa wapi hiyo kitu by the Lamu, maybe sasa wameamua wataijenga, placing. I thought maybe it was life-changing announcement. Not that what he said is not, useful, but I didn't see why it had to be done at 7 p.m., number one. It could have been done anytime during the day. It could have been said any other day, including even today. It could have been said today at 10. He could have done it at midday. He could have even given us a preamble of sorts. Atuambia, guys, I want to give you a new vision and I'll be announcing it at, this time. Sasa jana tumekaa hapa bana, tumekunja hivi tunashangaa, okay, has Kenya been sold? Is North Korea invading Kenya? Have we lost all the elephants in the Amboseli? That is what I honestly thought. Are we launching someone to the moon? Or are we launching someone at least to the clouds? Sasa hii mambo ingine tukakuja kuambiwa Vision 2060. I was like, bruh, man, like, Mr. President, man. Hapa watu walikuwa wanakunywa dawa za pressure. Wakidhani dunia inaisha. Okay, wakidhani Kenya inaisha. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
I don't even understand what the pressure was about.
Exactly. Why did he have to give us the pressure?
He didn't give you any pressure.
By the way, he gave me pressure.
Yes.
Me as Paul Mungala movie. Me, I'm speaking personal experience. I'm not speaking for Simba Arati or anyone else. I thought he was going to fire ODM. Maybe say that we have come to the conclusion that this marriage called broad-based government is not working, and by default you are fired as ODM and welcome Wiper to the government. Me nilikuwa nadhani kitu kama hiyo.
Don't worry, that may be on the way. So take yourself, consider yourself as a prophet. And thank you, Winnie.
Winnie, umeingia kwa studio masaa kama haya. Karibu sana. Yeah, so the point here is Siti Muga. I honestly thought he was going to tell us perhaps he has given Kindiki a new mandate, and now Professor Kindiki is going to become, not only the deputy president but super deputy president. Nilidhani lakini kumbe madhanio yangu hayakudhaminiwa.
A super something or the other.
Anyway, Acha niwaambie what the United Nations has planned for you today. Chances are there's nothing actually, but nitaiangalia nonetheless. Na kwa sababu tutakuwa hapa kesho, do you know what tomorrow is, City?
Saturday.
Yes, it is Saturday, but do you know it is 1st of August, first of all, right?
Yeah, I know it's not April Fool's Day.
Yeah, for sure. But do you know what else is Jermaine Barmara?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to sleep until very late in the morning.
Oh my goodness, City. It's a problem. Anyway, so today being 31st, UN hawajatupatia chochote, lakini kuna siku hapa wameweka 5 things to remember or to celebrate. But there are days that are very empty. I don't know what. Anyway, tomorrow, 1st of August, is World Girlfriend Day. Did you know that? City, I'm talking to you.
I'm actually ignoring you.
Did you know that tomorrow is World Girlfriend Day?
That's why I'm ignoring you.
Now you know.
How on earth would I know that it's World Girlfriend Day?
You don't have a girlfriend?
No.
You do.
Is it necessary to have one? Paul, I may be missing out on something important. So clearly this is an area of expertise in which you excel. So tell me, do I need a girlfriend?
Ningeuliza Samuel Otieno kama akona girlfriend ni venye yuko hapa karibu.
Siulize Upenje.
Upenje tunajua shida zake. But anyway, so tomorrow, just have that in mind, gentlemen. I have reminded you in advance. Please keep that day close to your heart, because if you don't do something for your girlfriend, utakasirikiwa bure. Na hiyo ninawapatia free advice. Mimi nilisahau ya last year na niliona siku mrefu sana. So just remember, tomorrow is World Girlfriends Day. You just do something. I don't know what it is, but just do something. Carry some chocolate, buy what? Buy flowers. Just do something tomorrow, because if you don't, you'll have a very bad month. Anyway, wanasemanga siku njema huonekana asubuhi. What is significant about today? On this day in history, July 31st, key events include the patenting of the first US patent.
July ngapi?
July 31st. Accent yangu inakubamba. July 31st, right? Ukisomea zile shule nilisomea, ukisomea, shule inaitwa preparatory academy. Ukienda the Nairobi school, ukisomea Kenyatta University, ukifanya, yani kuna vitu ukifanya lazima uongee design yenye naongea. If you've traveled the world, you've been to the United Kingdom, you've been to the United States, you just can't speak like you can't just speak like Openje mwenye amekuanga hapa tu mtaani 24/7. You've gotta change, you've gotta show people that you have better places, you know what I mean? So anyway, on this day, July 31st, key events include the patenting of the first US patent, which is, let me tell you, the first United States patent was issued to Samuel Hopkins for a method of making potash. Do you know what potash is? Potash. I'm asking you because I also don't know. Do you know what potash is?
I knew it at some point, but currently, if you ask me, I would not.
Actually, I think I remember this thing. Potash fertilizer. Potassium-rich agricultural material used to enhance plant health. Oh. Yeah, I remember this thing from agriculture back in the day.
Far away.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it is a potassium-rich agricultural material used to enhance plant health.
I know somebody who's called Potash.
Oh, you know someone called Potash? Okay.
What I knew the reference was not him. What
came to my mind in the first place was Sokotash. You know what Sokotash is?
No.
Apparently, that's what they call Githeri. To those places I've been, the United Kingdom, the United States, they don't call it Githeri. They don't call it, what do you call Githeri in your language?
Nyoyo.
Nyoyo.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, in the king's language, they call it Sakotash. Hiyo ni Githeri, basically, in very many words. So yeah, there you have it. And in 1964, NASA's Ranger 7 probe transmitted the first close-up image of the moon's surface back to Earth. But have you ever taken keen interest to just look at the moon during a full moon when the skies are clear?
The moon is very fascinating. I first took an interest in the moon when I was how old was I? I think 14, 15.
Yes.
We were traveling to Shags.
Okay.
And it was just getting to early evening, and I look out of the window of my uncle's vehicle. Was somewhere near Kericho.
Yes.
There's some hills there. And I see this huge orb, which seems to be coming out of the mountain.
Okay.
Huge orb.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
I honestly didn't know what that was, because I knew the moon was like a small little orb you saw in the distance.
Right.
Okay? So, shock. What on earth is this?
Yeah.
And I'd already experienced readings about science fiction and so forth. So I started thinking, what is happening here? And as we continued, okay?
Yeah.
It kept dimming.
Yes.
It kept dimming. It was going down. Then, a few years later, I'm in Mombasa.
Yeah.
Which is, because in my later life, my parents had moved to Mombasa.
Yes.
I am sitting and looking at the ocean. From the bedroom window of the flat we lived in, I could see the sea. And again, I see this huge
orb.
Yes, orangish in color. Very fascinating. So I asked, I have a sister, my immediate follower. She's a more studious person than I am. Oh, yeah, she knew.
Yeah.
She would explain to me how the earth rotates, and how sometimes as it rotates, blah, 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 how the moon also rotates around the sun, I mean the earth, the way the earth rotates around the sun, and explain things which at that time I thought I understood. Right now I don't understand. But that's what piqued my interest.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Just like you, or like maybe your sister, or maybe other people who just like observing the cosmos. Hey, I absolutely love the moon.
You like the moon. In fact, you like planetary study.
Yeah, cosmos. Mimi
you
nasomanga
want
cosmos
to
by.
know when we might land and live, because moon, you've said our moon.
Yeah.
There's some other planets here which
Right.
we can actually
Yes.
live in.
Yes. Yeah. Na hata tukienda kuna our closest star Proxima Centauri, ama sijui inaitwa Proxima what. Ile wakati tutaenda huko pia nitakuwa hapo nikisoma hiyo
That's a
mambo.
fundamental difference. Me, I don't even know. I'm learning there's something called Proxima today.
Yeah. No. One day, one time. Nitawatengea dakika chache niwaambie haya mambo yote. Na mahali mnaweza enda kupata more information on them. Au sio?
Yes, sio.
Haya, tupatie methali yetu.
Egypt, for those who may not know, happens to be the most populous country in the Arab world. 107 million people.
Ooh.
DRC wako wengi kwa shinda.
Okay.
It's the third most populous country
Yes.
in Africa, and the 15th most populated in the world.
Okay.
Okay?
So basically these people have got people.
Yes. Egypt declared independence in 1922.
1922.
Yeah, so 1960, 1922.
Okay.
28th of February, to be precise.
Okay.
Okay?
Who colonized those guys? The British or the Italians?
Yeah, British.
Okay.
British. When you're told that the British Empire, the sun could not set in the British Empire, it was not being said lightly. It was vast.
All right.
Okay? Even this Israel, where we're having problems, the British had a huge say in it, and the French sort of like butted in. Then they had a revolution in 1952. Okay? It was declared a republic on the 18th of June 1953.
Right.
Okay? And then in 2014, it acquired a new constitution.
2018.
2014.
2014.
Yes.
Okay.
18th January. These fellows seem to like doing things earlier on in the year.
Yeah.
Nothing goes beyond July.
Good for them.
It's only the revolution, which was on the 25th, 3rd of July, but everything else, January, June, February.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Yes. The proverb. This proverb is interesting, bro. I liked it because I couldn't understand it.
All
So
right.
I'm hoping you will make sense of it.
Let's try.
Turn the pot upside down.
Turn the pot upside down.
Hiyo ni statement ya kwanza.
Oh, sorry.
The daughter will grow up to be a mother.
I think I get it. If you turn the pot upside down, right, this means that this daughter is not going to be in the kitchen doing those kitchenly duties that perhaps we think women should be doing, right? And if she's not busy in the kitchen, she might be busy out there, doing things that perhaps she shouldn't be doing. Hence, she will end up getting pregnant. So, what I think they meant is, Let this girl be busy in the kitchen, learn the ways of the home, how to bring up a family, observe the mother doing her thing, taking care of the family, so that even when she grows up one day, she will do the same thing. But if you overturn, or rather if you turn it is a pot, she will not get to do that. Instead, she will go out there and she will be a mother. Niambie nimepata A.
Bro,
nimepata A+. A+, eh?
Yes, because even as you're explaining it, it's making sense. True.
Siti nilikwambianga msinidharau.
No, but mimi hapana dharau wewe.
Si wewe wenye wananidharau, msinidharau. Najuanga hizi vitu.
Unajua hizi vitu?
Najuanga hizi vitu. Shukran.
So bro, msomi.
Siko
sawa lakini sasa.
Niko sawa. I like it. I can't wait to hear our guests kama kawaida.
Oh bro. That should be interesting.
Kuna nyoto kwambia, CT, these proverbs are very difficult, but let me try.
Just try. Then the port. Okay,
so I'm looking at the port as the government of Kenya.
Yes.
And now that it has been overturned, now Kenya has given birth to nothing.
Yes.
So Kenya has now become a mother.
Or it has been overturned.
Yes.
And Sifuna.
Yes. Is now the new mother of Kenya.
Or another one begins. And what color is the pot?
Is the pot made of clay or is it the wazungu ya chuma?
Or is it sufuria?
Yeah.
When they say pot.
Once we answer that question, we shall be able to know whether indeed this mother knew what she was doing or she's a useless mother. That is my interpretation.
And I will say that is a really interesting interpretation.
Absolutely beautiful.
In fact, I had never quite looked at it in that way.
MC Tonje amesema good morning from Muhoroni. Thank you so much MC Tonje for tuning in. Na kuna hawa wengine, Luis Rudasingwa, good morning. Tony, good morning. Ni furahi day, yes. Alafu akasema the president's speech was largely underwhelming to say the least, utterly uninspiring. Okay, Tony. Douglas Kibogonga anasema morning movie, what you was expecting is what everyone was expecting. What you want to hear is for you. All right, asante sana Douglas. Alafu Tevin Amani amesema good morning. Well, good morning to you. Haya, let's check out www.radiogeneration.co.ke and let's see what is making headlines. Doctors' fears before fatal Nairobi shooting emerge. So there's this lady, ni daktari. She was shot 2 days ago. Let me just read this entire story. Imeandikwa na nani hii? Maureen Kenyanjui. Maureen ametuambia hivi. Detectives investigating the fatal shooting of clinical psychologist Dr. Victoria Ndunya Mutiso are retracing a series of incidents she reported before her death after emerging details suggested she had raised concerns about her safety months before she was gunned down in Nairobi.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Now, the reports, which include an alleged attack at her Mlolongo residence and another encounter involving a man believed to be armed, have now become part of the homicide investigation as detectives seek to establish whether they were linked to Wednesday's killing. Dr. Mutiso was on her way to work in a taxi when she was attacked along Bagadi Road in Upper Hill. Police said a dark-colored vehicle suddenly blocked the taxi before a man got out, walked to the rear passenger seat where she was seated and shot her. The gunman escaped immediately after the attack. Now, the circumstances surrounding the shooting have led investigators to pursue the possibility that the killing was carefully planned. Of course, it was planned, with preliminary findings indicating the attackers may have traced her movements from home before striking. Man said this lady just met a very... why would you, like, of all the ways you can...
She had reported.
Yes, she had. But, City, of all the ways you can have conflict resolution, of all the ways, including litigation, including talking to elders, including just asking, can we find a way out of this particular situation we have, is killing really the best?
It has a permanency to it. And then that permanency then brings with it all manner of things that you did not expect.
Yeah.
Yes. But this one is going to be dramatic. We will hear.
Hey!
I happen to know this lady.
Okay.
There is a foundation that's run by a gentleman called Professor Ndetei.
Okay.
And Professor Ndetei and some colleagues of his used to organize conferences. I think it was every 2 years. And I used to MC for them at these conferences.
Okay.
I was even a consultant for that African Mental Health Foundation.
Okay.
Yes. And she worked with the...
Yeah. She was a psychiatrist or a psychologist?
Psychologist, I believe.
Okay.
Yes. The psychiatrist was Professor Ndite. Yes. So that is how I got to meet the lady. I haven't seen this lady in how many years? God, going to a decade.
Lakini bwana, siti bwana. Of all the ways you can have conflict resolution.
The thing is, man, she reported. She reported.
Yeah.
That's why, if she reported, she must have mentioned names.
Yeah.
Okay? If she mentioned names, then DCI will start with those names.
You know, people underestimate the power of these kinds of reporting, because the fact that she has been reporting, I'm sure it will help significantly towards apprehending whoever is behind her killing. Okay. The shooter and, of course, the person who... Because that person was hired. But, long story, you know, even me, I don't take threats lightly. Mimi uniambie kitu hivi, hata kama umeniambia tu verbally. Naendanga na report. Because I have seen these kinds of nonsense happening. I have been a victim of threats, and there's a time I went and I reported, and true to my process, jamaa alishikwa because he was about to do something very stupid. So as much as sometimes tunasemanga police this, police that.
Oh, no.
Visit the police station.
Not only that, it's that the focus on what police do has to do with the mistakes that are attributed to men and women in the police service.
Yep.
That is what we highlight. We. When have you heard of the highlighting of something positive done by the police? When?
We rarely do that. We rarely highlight.
When do you even highlight happenings or occurrences or findings that they have made? If they're in connection with the court case, you may hear it. Beyond that, no. There was a young man who killed his family, somewhere I think in Kiambu.
Yeah.
But that guy was caught quick, sharp. In a very short time, they had already arrested him.
Yeah.
And clearly the guy was fleeing. What about some fellows who escaped from committee? 2 days they had been caught.
Yeah. The guy who's been biting women in Ruto was arrested.
See?
Yeah. Alishikwa. Lakini surely, who decides to just bite women's lips? Nini mbaya na watu? Anyway, let's read this mambo ya.
You know, it is, somebody can be a few eggs short of a dozen and you don't quite
no.
So it's when they do something, realize, hey, guy, what is this?
There's another guy who was slashing people in the theory. Pia yeye alishikangwa. You remember Onyancha?
Yes, I remember Onyancha.
The guy who used to drink people's blood?
I remember Onyancha.
Anyway, Ruto sets August 12th as the launch for public consultations on Kenya's new development blueprint. Hii imeandikwa na David Abonyo. So Davido anasema President William Ruto has set August 12th as the date Kenya will begin a nationwide public consultation to chart the country's future beyond Vision 2030, unveiling a plan to develop a new long-term national blueprint that he said will be built by citizens and not political leaders. Addressing the nation from State House, Nairobi, on Thursday, the president said the consultations will lay the foundation for a national development charter that will guide Kenya's economic and social progress for decades. He said the process is intended to unite Kenyans behind a shared vision of building a prosperous, high-income and globally competitive country while giving full effect to the aspirations contained in the Constitution. Ruto said the exercise will be one of the country's biggest public participation process since the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution. Okay. So here we are, City Moga. Sasa tumeambiwa tunatengeneza a new Vision 2030. Hii itakuwa Vision maybe 2060, I don't know.
You know, my man, as I told you before,
yeah,
we will get to know about these things and we will be told. And it will be in print. And I will read it then, because then I will listen, I will read it leisurely.
Okay.
There will be clips. There will be recordings of that entire speech. See, have a weekend.
Yeah.
I can listen to leisurely.
It was just 20 minutes, but you can watch the entire thing.
And chambua and make notes, rewind.
It was 20 minutes. Utasikiza tu. Tasikiza. Amesema we have got a rare opportunity, a rare window to shape our economic future.
You know, that people are commenting on it meant people listened.
Oh yes, they did.
So that people listened means what the president has to say, people still consider to be important.
Wewe unajua mkiambiwa kutoka asubuhi that president anawa address jioni. Wewe unataka kuniambia hiyo jioni hata utaenda hata to your local.
Mimi yes,
hawezi utaenda kufanya nini? Ndeje kama anasema kila mtu mwenye kwa local afungwe.
Local zote ziko na TV.
Lakini nauliza JCT kwa local mnaenda huko kujivinjari, kujibamba, kuchapa story.
Locals are the best place to listen to such a speech.
Na kutoa stress.
Immediately after you begin discussing it.
Sasa amesema nini?
And even as it's going on, that one. The same attitude we have when we watch football.
Yes.
That's the same attitude in a local. You'll be commenting on what you hear.
Anyway, so that's that. Even if a president alisema vitu mingi sana. So I was asking my friends online, and I was asking them, so guys, tumesikiza niambieni sasa. Guys were like, tukwambie nini? Wewe umesikia nini? I was like, mimi ndio nimeanza hii swali, nimewauliza, wakaniambia unaona kitu umesikia? Niko sasa mjasikia kitu, akasema wewe kuna kitu umeelewa hapo hivyo. Kama uliza wase. Mjasikia akisema we need to have a new blueprint for the future of this country. He compared us to countries. He mentioned Singapore. He mentioned akina North Korea, not North, but South Korea. He mentioned Vietnam, China, Japan. So I was watching some other analysts late in the night, and they were saying, sasa, ukishaanza kutukompea na Zimbabwe, because he mentioned Zimbabwe. He was like, ukishaanza kutukompea na Zimbabwe, bro, umetupoteza. Then I remembered something City says, that president ukishaanza kumwangalia vinyo na mwangalianga, it doesn't matter what he says, hutampenda hata akisema kitu ya maana.
And that one the thing that one need to be cautious about is try and be a student of history. And look at how things follow you.
Okay.
What
do you mean follow me?
No, not you.
Okay.
You is the third person here. The utterances that began the rule of one Dr. William Samoei Ruto can be traced back to the time when he was campaigning for his party.
Yes.
And campaigning against the president. That campaigning against the president continued.
Okay.
He didn't insult the president, didn't say the president was anything negative, but he campaigned against the president.
Okay.
We now have a situation where others who are with him campaigning, they had very impolite things to say about the president. Even ventured into bring his family into it.
Yes.
And I wondered then, what has this got to do with campaigning?
Okay.
Right now, the flip side of that particular coin, he's at the receiving end of it because he's the president.
Yep.
But the bar was set during his time.
Yes, it was.
Now those who are in the opposition are setting a new bar here. So when and if they get into power, rest assured, they will receive the same bollocking, if not more.
Okay.
Because the tempo has been set, people understand this is how we deal with these matters from now on.
Yeah.
And there is nothing they will not say. Yes.
Let's do this thing we call traffic. Tukianza na Ngong Road iko sawa. Hiyo yote mkielekea CBD na hata mkitoka CBD, the road is looking mwah. Haile Selassie Avenue is where I usually find traffic at this particular hour, but today it is as clean as a whistle. Then we have Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road is as clear as a crystal. Hapa hamna shida yoyote. And we're talking about coming and leaving CBD via Mombasa Road. So it's looking absolutely great. Airport North Road, the place I usually tell you, we're stuck in traffic. 2 minutes delay. Today there's absolutely no delay whatsoever. Here you are cruising at the speed of a jet. Outer Ring Road as well, cruising like a jet on that particular road, but it is not advisable you do that. Kwani speech ya president may change the traffic situation at Pangani.
What has happened?
I am seeing very little traffic compared to other days. Kwani ni saa ngapi? Let me refresh this map because nimeanza kuishuku sasa. I could be reading some. No, it's the same thing, man. This is good. I'm actually very impressed. Muthaiga Square, that entire stretch is looking clean. Here, maximum delay, maximum 30 seconds. Utalii hotel ukirudi nyuma sasa, when you're heading towards Kenyatta University, Ruto and beyond. Today is looking good. What's not? Is it a public holiday? When is today? Is 31st August. No, sorry, July.
So we don't have a public holiday in August.
Okay, kuna maandamano?
Yes, there is. The health workers, remember?
Oh no, those ones we don't. Those ones don't cause traffic or lack thereof. So hapa kuko tu sawa.
You're asking about something significant that will be causing...
because the roads are very clean. On a serious note, Eastern Bypass clean. Ni wapi kwingine najuanga kuna kwanga na traffic by the. Hata Ongata Rongai. Yeah? Acha tuangalie watu wa Rongai kama wamekwama mahali popote. This is interesting. Even Ongata Rongai, stage zao zote ziko clean. Kwani watu waendi kazini leo? Acha tuangalie Mombasa Road. I mean Mombasa County, because Nairobi is actually very impressive today. Is this map correct?
Or is the app not the one that is not...
because Mombasa, the county of Mombasa that is absolutely clean as a whistle. All the roads kutoka Nyali kule, Tononoka kule, Makupa kule, tukiendo kuchini, Dedan Kimathi.
Give it time.
Give
it time.
Ama everybody in Kenya today snoozed their alarm.
Or the app has gotten a cold.
Maybe, All right. But if you see something I need to know, please holla at a brother. So far, so good.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
So far, so good. I'm actually impressed. That means that you guys will get to town haraka tena sana. Tuanze na Daily Nation. Front page wanasema Ruto's roadmap. Ahead of next year's general election, President Ruto is rooting for an ambitious development charter. The president said a national conversation on Kenya's future beyond Vision 2030 will be launched on August 12th. He hopes the people-driven economic blueprint will transcend electoral cycles and governments. And the fourth wave of global economic transformation must benefit Kenya, according to President Ruto. Still on the front page, we are seeing Kalonzo and Sifuna 2027 talks begin. But Sifuna has been talking to everyone. See, last Monday he was speaking to, was it Monday or Friday? He had a conversation with Daktari Matiang'i.
Well, these are the beginnings of unifying the opposition. So for all we know, they might actually become united.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka. Okay. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka and Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna, who have been ranked in opinion polls as the leading contenders for the opposition presidential ticket, have promised to forge a broad coalition to win power in next year's election. Yesterday I saw Kalonzo and Mike Sonko for the very first time. Niliona Mike Sonko ametulia. I don't know where exactly they are, but they were somewhere in Nairobi as Kalonzo was giving some press of sorts. Niliona pale vyo Mike Sonkore amejitokeza pale, ametulia manzejo, humble nini, but still wearing his signature look.
Bling.
Yeah, mabling. Hizo hizi ziacha. Si unajua kuna kwanza ile kofia yake, t-shirt yake ya white, sweatpants. But these sweatpants ama jeans za white, alafu of course amechapa ma Nike huko chini, alafu sama bling tu manzejo mpaka kwa vidole nini, alafu simu kama 7 on each hand. Awesome. But anyway, Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna addresses journalists after a meeting with Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka at the SKM Command Center in Nairobi yesterday. Kalonzo dismissed speculation he could join President William Ruto. Yeah. Ex-minister claims president is too controlling. Did you see what Professor Ndongo said?
He's in the papers.
Yes. So Professor Ndongo alikuanga mahali huko Ulaya, mahali huko tu. He was given some lecture of sorts and
he was at the University of Gothenburg.
Okay, yes. That's in Gothenburg inakwanga. Inakwanga Germany. Sweden, eh? Alikuanga huko. Alikuanga tu mahali kuna kwanga na baridi. So anyway, so the point here is
right.
Point here is Sitimuga that Professor Ndongo says that the president is too controlling. Actually, the word that he used was he's over. Oh man, He said over something, I'm forgetting the exact word, but alikuwa anamaanisha manzi umse kwa kila mahali bana, breathing down your neck. You don't have autonomy in your position, whether you're a minister, you're a PS. This guy just breathing down your neck, anajaribu kujua unafanya nini, mbona umeandika hivi, mbona umeandika N badala ya kuandika K.
But this University of Gothenburg is where he got his doctorate.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And he also went on to say that the corruption in that particular government, alisema ni mingi sana. Alisema yani it's just overwhelming. He was like something needs to give. Doctor, yes?
Why is it that people become extremely loud when they are no longer in the positions that they held before? Why?
Because
if as the state they were unhappy with those situations, why didn't they resign earlier?
But for him he was let go.
Yes.
So it will be, for me, it will be too early to judge.
No, but people always give the impression they're the ones who left. If you read the article where he was speaking, let me quote. He said, I refused to do deals in the Ministry of Finance. I can't do deals. It follows you to the grave.
He said even some of his colleagues, they have followed them to the grave.
What I'm trying to say is this, this Kenyan habit of when somebody is in a position of authority.
Yeah.
Look, there are people who have been in positions of power and they would say this is not right.
But Titi, let me ask you something. Now that you've umesema hivyo. It's I will equate this to a relationship.
Yes.
When you're in a toxic relationship, you won't go out there telling people the way your wife is bad and mwanamke anakuanga hivi.
So once you've parted ways, why then do you suddenly go ballistic? So
when people ask you, because he went to give this lecture in that particular university, so when you are asked, so when you are in government, how was your time? Unasema your place ilikuwa mbaya sana, the corruption. So in this case, how was you? Mbona uliachana na ude? Unasema huyu mwanamke hakuwa naoga, hakuwa nafua nguo, hakuwa na that's when you say. But when you're in it, you can't say mama kifui nguo and you're still there. No.
Paul, please understand.
I get your point.
Thank you.
Yes. All I'm saying is, it is bad manners to complain while you're eating at the table.
Then when you're no longer in that relationship, don't complain. In fact, I would argue that if I'm not in that relationship, is when I would be more reticent. I'd actually be more silent. Because I do not wish to besmirch the person. You are employed by government for a very long period of time. You know very many things about the government.
But they didn't say that it's a good thing.
No.
I am just telling you that is how things are.
I am commenting on it and I'm saying I find it hypocritical, to say the very least.
All right.
Yes.
I agree with you.
If it is bad at that time, say, folks, Mimi, I am leaving.
Like what Dr. Mbai did.
Yes. I am leaving. Yes. We have people who have left. They've said, this one, myself, personally.
Yeah. I'm not doing this anymore.
I'm not doing.
True story. And then we have the other story of doctor murdered in a taxi, had earlier fled from gunman. So that story, you'll read it on page 3 of the Daily Nation. And then we have Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo wanasema hivi. Ruto hatupati ngo.
Apati.
No, wanasema hatu. Ruto hatupati ngo. Hivyo ndivyo wanasema.
Hapati nini hao jamaa?
Sawa, acha nisome nikwambie. Azimio wanasema katika kikao cha wanahabari akiwa pamoja na Sifuna jana, Kalonzo aliapa kuwa kamwe hawezi kuungana na Ruto, huku akiwaonya viongozi wenzake wa upinzani dhidi ya kukubali ushawishi wa rais, na atakayeenda kinyume awe tayari kukutana na hasira za raia mwaka wa 2027. Kalonzo afichua kuwa rais amezidisha juhudi za kuwashawishi mmoja wa vigogo wa upinzani avuke hadi upande wake. Nikwambie huyo kigogo ni nani? Mimi nikwambie naona huyo kigogo ni nani?
Nani?
Huyo mwenye anashawishiwa kutoka upande wa upinzani aweze kuingia upande wa serikali. Yaani atoke kwa one term kwa two term. Yaani aende sasa aseme ya kwamba yeye ameachana na kina Kalonzo, yeye sasa no,
Sorry Alflela ulela wacha bwana. Ni nani?
Mwenye nafikiria?
Yes. Suseme.
Nimerealize naweza sema hivyo na nichome na maybe tutamhost hapa one of these fine days. Wacha nisiseme.
Ako lakini
ni mimi
and they are alive and well in Kenya.
Kwa buruweni yangu ni kama namuona sababu mienendo yake lately imekuwa ni kama kidogo ni kama anataka kudensi katika densi ya serikali.
I'm telling you Paul that look, it's early days yet. These people who have the ability to foretell and look into the future. I don't know. I don't have that ability.
You don't?
No, me I deal with the here and now. analyze things that have already happened.
Naam.
At the future.
Uh-huh.
Who's going to move where? Who's going to work with whom? Who's going to do what? How on earth do I know?
Okay. There's one presidential candidate we hardly hear of. Eliud Owago. Anita Eliud Owago? Owalo, sorry.
Yes.
Yes, Eliud.
The people campaign quietly and silently.
You do realize what you've just said doesn't make sense.
It was the point precisely.
Mbegu za kiume. Huh?
Hey. It's that day, is it?
This is the Taifa Leo, yeah? Let me just read this. It's on page 4. Mbegu za kiume sasa zaundwa katika maabara. Wanaume wasioweza kutungisha kupewa suluhu ya kupata watoto. Okay. Wanaume wasioweza kutungisha. Kutungisha ni nini hichi bana? Watu wa coast kule watueleze. Wanaume wasioweza kutungisha ama ni kutingisha, lakini wamesema kutungisha kupewa suluhu ya kupata watoto. Hiyo utaisoma kamili katika ukurasa wa 4. Juma ampa Ruto talaka nyingine tena. Jamani. Ukurasa wa 5. Waziri wa zamani atangaza kuhama UDA, fununu zikisema aelekea Linda Mwananchi. Lakini hiyo ni kidogo obvious. Sababu sasa ndio Linda Mwananchi imenoga. Sijui kama tuelewana. Wanipata? Haya. Alafu Rais Ruto azindua ruwaza mpya. Wajua ruwaza ni nini?
No, I have no idea.
Ruwaza ni vision. Okay, no, vision ni dira. Ruwaza ni plan. Yani plan, wajua? Ruwaza yako ni gani? Plan yako ni gani? Mpango.
Ama mpangilio.
Mkakati. Nakwambia Kiswahili mimi nakijua. Ahutubia taifa katika hafla ya kueleza maono ya muda mrefu ya maendeleo ya Kenya. Haya. Ruwaza mpya ndio hiyo Vision 2060 na skate itaitwa hivyo labda. Pale juu wasema nini? Njuguna Ndongo aanika Ruto adai rais huendesha kila shughuli serikalini huku mawaziri wakimwogopa. Hicho ni kitu ambacho by the kabla nisahau aliweza kukisema. Alisema bwana, hawa watu wanamuogopa mawaziri na wale wengine wako chini ya mawaziri, makatibu nini. Watu wameingiza baridi. Ama kama vile watu wa kule mtaani wanasemanga wameingiza njeve. Ukimgusa unapoteza. Usipomgusa unapoteza tu. Jinsi ilivyo vigumu zaidi kumng'oa Kindiki katika kiti cha unaibu rais. Wamaanisha nini? Hii utaipata katika ukurasa wa 3. Lakini kidhani anamaanisha hivi. Ukimgusa, yani kumtoa pale mamlakani kama naibu wa rais, waweza poteza mlima wa Mashariki. Waniona? Na usipomgusa wapoteza kura zingine labda kule magharibi ama mlima wa magharibi, ama waweza kupoteza kiti cha kule Nyanza. Sababu watu wanasemaje? Mbona Rais Ruto asifikirie labda kumpa mtu kama Oparanya nafasi ya kuwania kiti cha naibu rais naye katika mwaka ujao? Maswala haya ambayo utaweza.
These discussions are interesting as far as want to philosophize politics. But they do not help alleviate the poverty that the common man is facing. It does it? No, it doesn't. So.
All right. The Nairobian, wanasema Maxine's saga, blood, tears, then freedom. She was acquitted of the murder of her boyfriend, Asad Khan. History ilikuanga tragic,
Extremely.
Rally romance that turned tragic, from dramatic courtroom testimony and forensic evidence to thousands of pages of digital records and a chilling distress video. The prosecution's case against former rally driver Maxine Wahome ultimately fell short, with the High Court ruling there was no case for her to answer in the death of Asad Khan. Mimi ndawapatia advice tena wanaume wenzangu. Kitu mtafanya, na pia dada, mkikosana na wapenzi wenu, there is something called walk away. It saves you a lot of headache, and it saves you a lot of embarrassment, and most importantly, it saves you jail time. Terror of the Ruiru vampire. I told you about this one. When darkness ushers deep fear, a night falls, fear takes over Ruiru. As night falls, fear takes over Ruiru as a mysterious vampire roams the streets, leaving victims with gruesome bite wounds and a town desperate for answers. That is on pages 4 and 5. There's a meme doing rounds rather on social media. Sijui kama uliona. Apparently there are some Kenyans who are in Canada seeking asylum after they went to watch the FIFA World Cup, and they are overstaying their welcome.
What are they seeking asylum for?
Because apparently there's a vampire in Ruiru. And that is where I will leave that story. All right, so check out the Nairobian. Kuna ingine hapa wanasema house help and the lava. Hiyo tasoma. Karaoke queen's final night, whiskey, shisha, then death. This lady lost her life a couple of days ago. She went out with friends and then she died on her way home. It's really sad. Again, guys, when you go out with your friends and you're having drinks, I'm not saying that you don't go out. All I'm saying is be careful. Go to an establishment that sells authentic drinks, and most importantly, please angalia kile unachokunywa bwana. Huwezi jua kimewekwa nini na nani sangapi. City, over to you.
Yes, the Standard, bang in the middle of this particular paper, is murder mystery, and it talks about the murder of clinical psychologist Dr. Victoria Mutiso.
Okay.
But what they state, which is of interest, it also has revived memories of the brazen killing of lawyer Matthew Bobu, otherwise known as Chalo Bobu.
The lawyer that was shot on Magadi Road.
Magadi Road.
Yes,
that
yes.
one, okay. Who represented the former husband of a woman now at the center of the investigations, raising fresh questions about whether the two murders are connected. This is how the story goes.
Yeah.
Apparently, the husband of this lady who had a divorce case, she lost her house.
Okay.
As a result of court proceedings, blah, 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 blah. That's what she had gained in the course of the divorce.
Okay.
Now, the story goes to, as reported by the Standard, that the husband of this lady and Dr. Victoria then moved into that house.
Yes.
Okay? And the lawyer who was at the heart of the divorce was Chalo Mbobu.
Okay.
Okay? So now, it looks like the investigators are trying to look at the connection of all these things here. That, in a summary, is what is going on. But 2 people have already been arrested.
Okay.
Yes. Cases like this, do not joke with the DCI.
Oh no. Hapa ndio DCI wana flexing vizuri sana.
Do not joke with the DCI. If you ask me, by now, they know exactly what went down.
Who did what?
They know. Because by the time Dr. Victoria Mutiso was reporting this matter, she had people on a motorcycle pointing a gun at her at a traffic light, and she went and reported it. Okay? So, those who also were involved in the shooting, let me just say that they may not know it, but their days are numbered.
Yeah.
Forget these rumors. I'm sending Ruto home. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka yesterday dismissed speculations that he could join the government ahead of the next year's election. No clearer sign that this may be true. I don't know why our politicians bother to say so many things.
Yeah.
And I don't know why they don't seem to think that this back and forth that they have also influences the thinking of many Kenyans. But a lot of it boils down to our idea of a political party and how they are structured and how they function. There is no ideology.
Yeah.
No. Some people call themselves social democrats, but so you ask, what is it about the party that could lend us
represents this ideology?
Democratic Party. What is it? What do you believe in?
And you know how many democratic parties we have in this country?
Well, everybody has a democratic party, if not a social party. In fact, so Wiper Democratic Party?
No, they're now called Wiper Patriotic Front.
Oh, sorry, there's Patriotic.
Yeah.
And then there's Liberation, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so, okay.
There's even Progress.
Me, my party of choice is Sisi kwa Sisi.
Oh my goodness.
There's another one where the party is almost a statement. G20 mbele turudi nyuma turuke. I don't know what it's called.
Tupatane.
Yes. A political party.
Jesus.
Right. We are looking at the Star newspapers. Yes, running mate headache plagues Ruto and the divided opposition. How do you know it's plaguing them? Politicians who eat, drink, sleep, think politics.
Watu wanatuchezea bana.
Yes.
Lazima uoneshane sasa City sasa nichague nani? Kitu ni ngumu unaonaje?
Bas. The news in this particular newspaper, The Star, 2 arrested over doctor's gangland shooting in Nairobi. It is so utterly tragic. MPs stare at troubling times as IEBC moves to ease recall process. No unapproved side hustle for public officers in tough anti-graft laws. President to launch a new growth blueprint on August the 12th. Ruto, my vision for 2060 roadmap. Okay? Then now, this is now alive and happening and real. Crisis in 20 counties as nurses abandon patients to push for better terms. The minister wamekuwa kicheza na hawa watu. But the real jokers, the real jokers are the county governments.
I agree.
Okay, the Business Daily. Uganda revives stalled CEO hiring at Kenya Pipeline. Okay. Bang in the middle of this particular paper, there's also a picture of nurses. This one is in every paper. Iko kwa Standard, iko kwa the Star newspaper. Okay, KPC names 2 directors from Kampala. Board appointments pave way for recruitment. The Ugandan government has appointed directors to the board of Kenya Pipeline Company, reviving the stalled recruitment of the firm's chief executive under a new charter that gives Kampala veto powers over the hiring and firing of the company's next boss.
Yeah, we already knew that.
Sawa. Okay, former Treasury CS Ndungu lifts lead on Ruto's one-man show. The former Treasury Cabinet Secretary Ndungu Nyunguna has described President William Ruto's leadership style as a one-man show overshadowing independent institutions. We've heard this before, haven't we?
We have.
Yes, the former AG said the same thing. We've had other people say the same thing. Okay, but we're a strange lot. We had a president called Uhuru who was an easygoing chap.
Yeah.
People would insult him, he would keep quiet. The adjectives, the negative adjective people used to describe him. God Almighty.
Wo jamaa unakumbuka hata kuna tema alitoka kwa social media. You remember that time he disabled everything and was like kaeni na hii kitu yenu bwana.
In my opinion, there's something wrong with us. Because when somebody is polite and doesn't hassle you, you insult him.
He was like, keep that social media and your mouthpiece. I'm done.
Somebody decides to take charge. Dictator. Dictator. One man show. Yoni sisi. Let me just read the headlines in the Standard, in the Star. I mean, yani Friday imekuja na hizi vitu sio? The East African.
The East African.
The Star, it's not the East African. All right. Tanzanian football star Samata, why I like to play it cool. Okay, you just keep.
Did Samata leave Gor Mahia by the way?
I don't know, but
Samata anachezea nani sasa? Endelea.
Mimi hapana jua hiyo.
Acha ni Google sasa.
Me at first I thought he was a musician. I'm telling you what I thought. Man.
He's called Mbwana Samata. Current teams. No way.
What way?
He plays for Le Havre.
Le Havre? Okay, who are Le Havre?
Oh.
That's not an African team.
It's a French club, Ligue 1. He plays in Ligue 1.
How would I know?
I have found a new favorite team.
Yes, Le Havre.
Yeah, Le Havre. Jean Transef du Bon.
I get the impression that you're not pronouncing it correctly, but for purposes
City, where Soma East African standard.
Right. South Sudan, the home of trade barriers. Traders, transporters cry foul over punitive immigration fees, tolls, illegal backlog, impeding trade. Let me tell you from everything that I keep hearing, we talk of graft and we talk of corruption in this country. A friend of mine told me, why don't you just pause, finger pause, go to South Sudan.
You know, actually almost pressed pause, but yes.
Yes, then come back, tell me what you think.
Okay.
Said there are standards and there are standards. This one of ours is not high. Yes, we think it is.
Yeah.
Said,
we need to benchmark.
Go there and see
where
people have raised the bar nicely. Okay. Kir amends 2018 peace deal for December polls. Move clears legal hurdles in the way of elections, even as concerns are raised over Machar detention. You know, a country that was at war for as long as these fellows were, There are those who argue that they are more accustomed to being in a state of war than peace. Okay? Right. Uganda locks down oil stocks in Mombasa port. After a failed bid by Kenya to divert Kampala's fuel into its market, officials have moved to secure the supply chain to ensure consistent flow. This is according to this report.
Yeah.
So we were playing hanky-panky monkey games with somebody else's oil.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
The things we do. And the things that are reported that
Oh,
we
yes.
do. Right.
Are you done? So, let's get into the news with Winnie Maganga. Then when we come back, read some of your comments. Nione ni nani ametusalimia, ni nani ana watch kutoka wapi, na mnasema namna gani, au sio? And we shall definitely introduce our guest or guests for that particular hour. Right now though, here's Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have launched investigations after a 3-member gang armed with crude weapons attacked Kamrongo Estate in Kisumu, injuring one person and destroying property of unknown value. The suspects, who were captured on CCTV, reportedly terrorized residents during the raid before fleeing. Police are pursuing leads as security operations continue in the area.
Kuna mwezi fulani alikuwa amebeba TV. Akaenda katuana akasema ati ndao wengine kujeni. Kuna mwenye alikuwa amebeba kroba. Sasa alikuwa na aim kudunga mtu, ikapata nini mambo kwa uso.
They didn't only raid this particular place. There's a neighborhood here that they tried actually to gain entry, but they could not actually get in. But actually they vandalized the car. If this particular police station can actually be enhanced by giving them transport so that they can be able to actually do regular patrol.
President William Ruto says Kenya is at a defining moment in its development, citing improved economic stability and emerging global opportunities. In his state of address, Ruto said the country's economic recovery over the past 4 years has positioned Kenya to take advantage of changing global and African economic trends and drive long-term growth. The president said 4 major developments had convinced him that Kenya was approaching a defining period, beginning with what he described as the successful restoration of economic stability.
History rarely announces the arrival of defining moments. Yet, there are occasions when the forces shaping the world create opportunities that come perhaps once in a generation. I believe we are on the threshold of one such historic moment. I believe so for 4 compelling reasons. First, 4 years ago, our priority as a nation was not to imagine Kenya's next chapter. It was to survive global economic turbulence.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has arrested 7 current and former senior Nakuru County officials, along with a contractor, over the alleged irregular award of tenders worth more than 120 million Kenya shillings. The arrest follows investigations into claims that companies linked to a senior county official were used to secure multiple county contracts, raising concerns over conflict of interest and procurement irregularities. The DPP has since approved corruption-related charges against them. Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka has announced that he will meet former President Uhuru Kenyatta on Monday, August 3rd, as the opposition steps up consultations ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking on July 30th, Kalonzo said the meeting is part of a broader series of consultations aimed at strengthening opposition unity and building a common strategy ahead of the next polls. He said the engagements are focused on consolidating the opposition and chanting a united political path.
Nanji, well,
Thank you, sir.
we are waiting for you.
Thank you, sir.
On Monday, I am the party leader of Azimio La Umoja One Kenya. Once you have sorted out your the registration details, and by the way, the Honorable Karoli Omondi is a Secretary General. I'm the party leader. We have a meeting on Monday. The council, which is chaired by President Uhuru Kenyatta, and the executive, which I chair also as party leader. We we have almost clearly visualized the way forward, but we continue to share that with you. But in the meantime, fight hard. Don't relent.
A Russian missile strike has destroyed a family home in eastern Ukraine, where the 10 members of the same family feared dead. Ukrainian emergency officials say 6 bodies have been recovered, while 4 others are believed to have died but are yet to be formally identified. Ukraine says Russia launched 74 missiles and 284 drones overnight. President Volodymyr Zelensky claims the missile used in the attack may have been supplied by North Korea. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi and this is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 Mombasa, 89.5 and Garissa. Karibuni tena sana. And if you're watching us online via our social media spaces, we absolutely appreciate you. Douglas Kibogong amesema City Linda Mwananchi believes in social market economy, center left. Allah. Okay.
What on earth is that?
That is via Douglas Kibogong.
Douglas Kibogong is a humorous person, clearly.
I absolutely love this gentleman. Oscar Mutere amesema, good morning, dynamic duo of Sage Mbuvi and Guru City. Guys, you're the best duos in the morning info. Mimi nimekuwa Sage sasa. The last time I checked, you were the Sage.
Unajua hii promotion doesn't just happen in government services.
Unakubali tu
Hata hapa, you see, wenye kazi ndio tuajiri ni hao. Sasa wao akisema wewe ni Sage,
yes,
pokea.
I hope HR ameona hivyo na ita reflect kwa payslip.
There's no bro.
Ni sahau hiyo.
Endelea kuota. There's no connection whatsoever. Yes.
My take 2.0 amesema Tony, you listened to it and you are here yapping about lakini my take let me move on to another one. Tony amesema okay, sasa Tony anajibu my take hapa. Acha nione.
Go to the next one,
no, kuna nyingine Tony ameandika hapa yenye ni neutral. Amesema the president has suddenly become clever and realized that Kenya is at a defining moment and needs a vision. Okay.
Kenya has a vision.
Ombati Stephen amesema good morning gents. Good morning to you too. Alafu Willis Juma amesema good morning RG family. President Ruto's state address had no impact. Those speech were supposed to be done by Minister for Planning. Okay. The Ministry of Planning is now in the Treasury. It's a department. It's a state department now, right? In the Ministry of or rather in the Treasury. Haya. Sawa. Hizo zingine nimeshukuru. Hizo nitaangalia nitasave baadaye as we continue during the day, but thank you so much for those who've come through. Kuna pia Freddy amesema kutingisha means impregnating. You remember that thing we read earlier on? Okay.
Who is it who said that?
I read something in the Taifa Leo.
You are clearly avoiding
kutungisha. Okay. Oh no, Fred ndiye amesema hivyo.
Go on,
ni Freddy.
There's something you said with regards to the Taifa Leo.
Kuna mahali ulikuwa unasema now there's maabara yanasaidia wanaume ambao hawawezi kuzalisha, hawawezi sasa kutengenezewa mbegu. Remember that one? Aya. And then Tony amesema Professor Njuguna Ndongo angejitoa mapema, anakubaliana na wewe. Francis amesema a former president said, how do you suddenly become clever? The president's words are to be taken with a grain of salt, especially when he suddenly starts quoting the katiba. Alafu kuna the world people, kuna kina Bruce Lee hapa. Wase, nitaisoma baadaye. Kwa sasa wacha tuingie kwa mazungumzo yetu ya siku ya leo. In studio, our guests have already arrived. we have Abdul Nasir. Now, Abdul is a managing partner at Kaltuma Nasir and Associates Advocates. Karibu sana, Abdul. Thank you so much. Yeah, nice to have you here with us. And then we also have Brans Odhiambo. He is an advocate of the High Court. Brans, karibu sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
Siti atawapatia methali. Hiyo methali mtatuambia kinye mnafikiria ama venye meinterpret. Alafu tuingie kwa mazungumzo yetu ya leo. City, over to you.
Our proverbs the whole of this week have been from the Arab Republic of Egypt. Okay? Third most populous country in Africa. Somebody asked me, who are the let's start with DRC. Okay?
DRC are the most populous?
The DRC are populous.
Followed by Nigeria?
No, Nigeria first.
Oh.
Nigeria are the most populous.
Okay.
Then DRC.
All right.
Then Egypt. Okay?
All right.
Yes. That's how it works.
Good for them.
Turn the pot upside down, the daughter will grow up to be a mother. Okay, let me read it again. Turn the pot upside down, there's a comma to it. The daughter will grow up to be a mother.
Abdul, tuanze na wewe.
Yes, I think for you to have someone at the final product, there must be the challenges that you have to go through to try to fine-tune that person to be the perfect image that you'd want in the very end. That is my interpretation of the proverb.
All right. This.
Yes.
Over to you.
Thank you. When I look at it, I think my perspective would be, if you turn the pot upside down, I'm assuming there are contents in the pot, so the contents will flow out. So if you turn the pot upside down, the daughter will become a mother.
Okay.
In my understanding, then I think there are certain, let me call them immaturities or certain hardships that the person has to undergo so that they can mature and be that responsible person. That's what I'd say.
Hey, Bruce, hii kitu ni kama hii methali ulikuwa umempatia before?
No, I met this man in my life, actually. And stop assuming that he's my relative.
Just because he's called Odhiambo.
Yes, I know where you're going with it.
No, but I like both your perspectives nonetheless, because at the end of the day, like City likes to say, kila mtu anaonanga methali na macho yake. So thank you, gentlemen. Let's get into our conversation. Religious rights versus customary rights in burials. I saw this by they been discussed na ikakuwa ni swala nyeti, utatanishi. I think I even saw you somewhere discussing it. I may could be wrong on this, but maybe you can just give us a preamble as to what the conversation is all about.
Okay. So thank you so much for having us. Number one, this is a burial dispute that arose from the good village where I come from.
Yes.
This village is called Takaungu.
So nilikuona. Nilikuona kwa hiyo news.
So but in that set in the media, I appeared in two capacities. One, of course, as an advocate, as one of the community persons who had litigated that matter together with my colleagues.
Yeah.
And this thing is not being said, but he's the one who was leading the team.
Who Brands?
Yes. I just received instructions.
Okay.
I galvanized a team of advocates. And of course, because of seniority, he was leading the team.
You did a good job nonetheless.
Yes. Thank you so much. So this young man called Samuel Charo Kirao, those are his government names. May his soul rest in peace. And so Samuel Charo Kirao in 2023, being an yes.
Please tell our audience where Takaungu is.
Takaungu is a village located in Kilifi County. As you are traversing to Malindi, once you pass a place called Sheriani, after you pass the Mombasa cement factory, on your right, you'll have the village Takaungu, and we have a good history, but today is not the right time for that.
One statement about the history of Takaungu, why it's important, because Takaungu is an important center. Look at the history of Kenya and the coast.
Yes. If you've ever heard of a community called the Mazurui, in terms of where they come from,
mostly settled in Takaungu. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
And so for this issue, Samuel Charo Kirao in 2023 converted to become a Muslim.
All right.
Yes, in his maturity age. Two issues arose during the burial. Number one, whether Samuel Charo Kirao was indeed converted in as a Muslim in his rightful mind.
Okay.
Because the sunset days in his death, a lot of question arose in terms of the mental capacity of Samuel Charo Kirao. Yes, and the family made a lot of arguments in terms of the medical issues, whether this gentleman at the time of conversion was he in his rightful state of mind, because he had a lot of episodic events.
Yes.
Today he's okay, tomorrow he's not okay.
What was his mental, what was he diagnosed with? Sorry.
There was no specific diagnosis.
Okay.
But some would say it's schizophrenia, a lot of the mental lapses, let us call it that way.
Okay.
Yes. And so before the burial of Samuel Charo Kirao, the community, the imam who was my client, formulated a committee. In Islam we call the Shura.
Okay.
It is a consultative platform whereby people exchange ideas on how we are going to dispose a certain issue in the community.
Okay.
So when they when they formed this platform, the father, who is now late, he was buried just 4 days ago, who was the plaintiff in this matter, the father to Samuel Charo Kirao. So when they sat down in the mosque to discuss, because the distance of where Samuel Chirao or Zakaria was just roughly 100 meters from where the parents lived. So unfortunately, the family was of the opinion that we don't want that discussion. This young man believed in Christianity. He died as a Christian. So those issues of conversion are not with us.
How old was Charo?
When he died?
When he died?
Yes.
Between 28 to 30. That age bracket.
Okay. And he converted in 2023?
Yes, in 2023.
He must have been maybe around 25 years
Yes, around that time. Yes. So now the community instructed me, because they were to bury immediately 3 days to the weekend, and I received instructions around Tuesday. So of course, with a lot of urgency of the matter, we rushed to the Kadhi's court in Kilifi to stop the burial first. That was the first order that I was instructed to do, and the Kadhi agreed. He gave us the orders to stop the burial. Now we went to the hearing of the suit. Unfortunately, despite service and everything, no one came from the family. I served the late father through his WhatsApp, and also I sent a process server to serve them physically in Takaungu, where they live. Unfortunately, when yes.
When did Charo die?
Charo died in 2025.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Ni venye unasema the father passed away a few days ago.
Yes.
I thought maybe walipass kama wamefuatana.
No.
Okay, sawa.
Yes. So at that moment of time, we went to the Kadhi's court. The hearing was conducted despite service. Once you show proof that you have served someone and he does not want to be invited there, the Kadhi made orders on 28th, I remember, of April 2025 for us to go and bury. So the body be released. And we went to the Kadhi's court through something called personal status. How did you die, Mungala? In which state? In which religion did you die? And the evidence on record was clear. Then this matter, we went to the High Court now. The family appealed. At the High Court, there were only two issues of discussion. What was the religious belief of Zakaria? And who has the right to bury?
Okay, who's Zakaria in this case?
Zakaria is now the Islamic name adopted to Samuel Charo Kirao.
Okay.
Yeah, so I will use these names interchangeably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
So at the High Court, Justice Thande gave a ruling And the Chief Qadi, the late Chief Qadi, Abdul Halim Athman, sat in that bench also as an assessor. Once you appeal from the Qadi's court, the Chief Qadi is appointed there as an assessor of the court, just to guide on Islamic issues.
Okay.
So the most burning question was the exhumation. On our side, we said, please don't exhume the body. Don't disturb the body. Let it rest first. Then after litigation, once the suit is over, we can now say if Zakaria died really as a Christian, then
we can do the Christian rites.
Yes, Christian rite.
Okay.
Yeah, for Justice Thunder now, she ordered for exhumation because the Chief Qadi also gave his opinion, but the right side of the court said that you exhume, take the body to Kilifi Funeral Home, let it rest there. Now go to the rightful court, which is the Chief Magistrate Court in Kilifi. Go and begin that litigation. Yes, to know how Zakaria died. So the religious aspect was the most crucial thing.
Was he exhumed? Was Zakaria exhumed?
Yes, he was exhumed on 24th July 2025.
Because he was buried as a Christian?
Because he was buried as a Muslim.
Oh.
So the exhumation was to preserve the subject matter. You guys go and litigate at the right forum, because the good judge annulled the proceedings at the Qadi's court, said because Zakaria's father was a Christian, so he does not submit to the jurisdiction of the Qadi's court. It's a legal issue,
yes,
which one day I will address in a certain forum. Yes, I'm writing a paper on that. Yes.
This case is it done or it's ongoing?
The case is done.
Okay.
Yes, the case is done.
Brands.
Yes.
Welcome to the show again.
Thank you.
You witnessed all this. Me, I like calling it drama, but I'm sure in legalese it's called something different.
Yes.
This drama.
Yes.
And clearly it's a big deal. Yeah.
Yes.
In your opinion, why was it? Why is it a big deal?
First of all, I think even participating in the matter as a Christian.
Yes.
First of all, because my friend Abdul calls me that come assist me with this matter. Now it's a dispute that is pitting Islam against Christians.
Is it?
In that particular situation, yes. Because one, you remember the order that was given for exhumation. One of the main things that the High Court said was that the father, being a Christian, could not submit to the Qadi's court. And therefore, because Abdul and the team had run to the Qadi's court and were inviting the father to go to the Qadi's court, and the father is a Christian, so the father cannot submit to that court.
So
why?
So the dispute here was on the burial rights.
Yes.
So how do we jump from this being a matter between the Islamic faith and the Christian faith?
Because what was very important there was that the Islamic community is alleging that Samuel converted to Islam.
And the Christian community are alleging
and the father is saying that my son was a Christian.
So he doesn't recognize the conversion?
Yes. In fact, one of the things that they were really hammering the community was, where is the conversion certificate? And
is there a conversion certificate when one converts?
Yes, there is a conversion certificate given in formality, but we do not have a statutory background.
What do you mean formality? Explain.
Yes, just to recognize that Mungala, you have converted. Now you used to be called Mungala.
Yes.
Now your Islamic name, let me use that, will be Muhammad Mbuvi Mungala.
Actually, where he's concerned, it won't be Islam. He may convert it to Hinduism.
You see, for example, I don't know, Brans, if you're baptized are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Are you baptized as a Christian?
Yes.
So you see, in Catholicism, when you're baptized as a Christian, there is a baptismal card that you're given, which by the way you will use up until marriage. So then there are other rites. Kuna baptism, kuna first Holy Communion, kuna kipaimara, alafu sasa kuna ndoa, and all those are recorded in that card. And then of course there's the government marriage certificate and so on. So in Islam, do you have anything like that?
Yes, conversion certificates are issued.
Okay.
Yes. But in terms of having those cards to recognize you as a Muslim, mostly that does not really happen. It only happens when someone converts to Islam.
Okay.
Then we recognize you through a conversion certificate. Yes, but for this of Zakaria
alikuwa na
Zakaria the SAT was there, the cheti that was given, but unfortunately it was lost.
Okay.
It was misplaced.
Was he married?
He was not married.
But again,
Yes.
in Catholic Church, we have a copy. So if I go back to the church that I was baptized in,
Yes.
back in a place called Ngando,
Yes.
we will find records
Yes.
of my baptism. That is more or less a conversion because you have accepted Christ, right?
Yes.
So there is that record that Mbuvi came here and he was baptized as Paul. So this is the certificate. So
Yes.
even I have the baptism card, but the records are there. Were there any records to show that this gentleman Zakaria had done this?
Unfortunately, the record was stored with the mosque in the mosque. Unfortunately, we had an incident of theft there.
Okay.
Yeah, so we could not trace it.
All right.
Yes.
But I think what was important there is what Abdul is trying to talk about. In as much as this requirement for a certificate is accepted socially, there is no legal requirement that if you convert, you must have a certificate. So therefore, when we go before the court, we are not obligated to show a certificate.
Okay.
What, in fact, we now had to do is to call witnesses who saw him participate in these Islamic rites. For example, participate in Ramadan, go to the mosque, is it 3 or 6 times?
Yes.
3 times.
5 times a day.
5 times a day, yeah.
Yes. And
5 times is the number of times you pray, or is it how many times do you go to the mosque? How many times do you pray?
You go to the mosque 5 times in a day. Yeah, like this morning, you pray 2 prostration, the 2 rakats. Then we go at 1 p.m. Today is a Friday. There will be a sermon. Then we pray 4 times. Then we go during at 4:30 p.m. 4 times. Yeah, but the time period is you pray in 5 times a day.
So if you're unable to make it to the mosque, you can still pray at the location that you are in.
Yes. We are really obligated to pray at the mosque, but circumstances that would find you not to access the mosque, it depends. Now you're living somewhere the mosque is 30 kilometers.
Or you're traveling on the road.
Yeah, yes. And that travel is also restricted in terms of kilometer. Those are scholarly issues. Yes. But one thing I want to just add, in terms of this issue of Samuel Charo Kirao, at the time of the burial, the first time, the family was invited. Because I've said that this good village we live very harmoniously across all faiths, and when the family was invited, of course these burial issues are emotive.
Sure.
And I will give you many examples ahead of how the courts have decided on these issues. But there are 4 cornerstones that currently the case laws that have been decided have developed. If you remember the SM Otieno case, the Battle of Nyalgunga, the major issue was the customary issue, the Luo customary law. What was it at that time? You get. Then the issue of who has the right to bury. Do you know Mungala?
Yeah.
Today, if it's naturally we'll meet one day our fate. Yeah. That is death. And the proximity, the people who are close to you. Right now, if you are married, the person who is closest to you is your wife.
Yes.
The law will recognize the proximity and the familial bonds. But sometimes it has been decided in Australian jurisprudence and even in American jurisprudence that you might not have the privilege to bury the closest person. Why? There's a case that has happened in QCs that the sister who was the closest to the deceased was a heroin addict. So she could not facilitate the burial arrangement. The court made someone who is a bit distant on those issues.
The sister didn't have the capacity.
Yes. Then now we have 2 conflicting issues, which has been added by the current jurisprudence of the Kenyan law. That is religious practice and cultural practice.
Let me ask this question.
Yes.
When these come to a head, with what we call the Constitution, are these customary laws, because they are in the Constitution, that's why we are referring to them as customary law and traditional practices and so forth, are they on par or does one trump the other? sorry, or is one considered more highly than,
superior?
Yes, hii mambo kutumia jina ya Trump.
If you are a judge today, this set of conflict of laws come before you. If you are looking at the Constitution, there is no superior right than the other one. You have to interpret the Constitution in a holistic manner. That is the holistic interpretation. You get. So number one, you see there are some issues which are the right to bury. Like in the SMO Tieno was the who has the right to bury. Is it the Umera Kager clan through the wife. Yes, or the wife?
Yes.
And this issue, you see Mongala, you might build somewhere. Let me just assume you come from County X.
Okay.
In that county, that is your home county. You build a small structure. You call it a house.
Yes.
But you rarely go there. But you are always in Nairobi, in the leafy suburbs of Nairobi.
Yes.
You have a very good home there.
Okay.
You've stayed there for more than 25 years. The calculation, your travel to the village is so wide from where you are live in Nairobi. And you have been baptized as a Christian.
Yes.
But you are not living as a Christian. You are living in a modern world.
Yes.
And that was a very good case in the Ontweka case. Naphtali Ontweka, who had two houses. Both in
Ontweka Onderi.
Yes, who died in 2023. This is a court of appeal. There is no superior court currently with another case law apart from the Ontweka.
Okay.
So we will use that as an example.
Please do.
Yes. So the late Naphtali had two homes. He comes from the Abagusi community.
Yes.
He had a home in is it Kango, something like that.
Okay.
In Bomachoge, in Bonchari constituency.
Let's say Bonchari.
Yes. Amejenga nyumba huko. So this was a battle between the elder brothers of Ontweka and the wife. Yes, and the wife, who is called Zipporah.
Yes.
Ondieki.
All right.
Yes. So at the trial court, at the magistrate court, the court decided that this guy, Naphtali, was part of a certain clan, the Muganda clan. He was even an elder there.
Okay.
Yes, he took the Kisii customary law as his way of life. But in the High Court and the Court of Appeal,
yes,
one of the decisions cited there actually was decided by Chief Justice Emeritus Maraga when he was in the High Court. He said that the Kisii customary law has also advanced because there are people who build homes there, but their modern life has shifted in the urban cities. Yeah, so there's evolution of customary law.
Okay.
Yes. But at the end of the day, burial dispute is who has the right to bury, where should we bury him. If those are not there, then now we come to the religion and the cultural practice.
So eventually in this Ondieki case, it's Ondieki, right?
Yes. It's called the Ontweka case.
Okay, Ontweka, sorry.
Yes,
so Ontweka
Not
eventually...
Ondieki. He was called Onderi.
Onderi.
Yes. Naphtali Onderi.
Si kupenda kwangu, pole.
Yes.
So Onderi eventually alizikwa na nani?
Mwili ilipeana kwa bibi, aende amzike in Mavoko.
Okay.
Yes.
He had a home in Mavoko.
He has a home in Mavoko.
Yes,
and they said, this issue of the wishes of the disease, we are not, now we have advanced from the wishes of the disease. Now we are, how many years have you stayed here? And all those issues. Yes.
And maybe one of the discussions we were having with Abdul during that burial dispute, especially for the one in Takaungu. Now, this is an imam who converted the deceased.
Abdul is an imam?
No. No, the client.
Our client. Our client was the imam.
He will soon be an imam.
It's a blessing.
So now, you have a situation where there is an imam who converted the deceased to Islam.
Yes.
And this imam is going to court saying that I want to bury this person. And on the other hand, you have the father and the mother of the deceased saying, give us our son, we want to bury our son. So if you look at the relationship of these two parties with the deceased, who are you likely to give the burial?
Did the father and the mother come with the documentation that Paul mentioned? Baptismal certificate, confirmation certificate. Did they come with those?
They didn't come with those.
They did.
But also they did not
come with those.
But also,
so where was the evidence that this young man was a Christian?
From the 9 witnesses we assemble in court. Remember, when you are doing the conversion, You know, a mosque is not an isolated place.
No, it is
or
not.
even a church.
No, those are community
Yes,
centers.
there's community centers.
Yes.
So at the time of conversion, was my client now, Bakari Juma Ratili, was converting this young man, the late Zakaria or Samuel Charo Kirao. There were witnesses there who were community elders. And all those witnesses, old wazes by the way, they came to court and testified in favor of Zakaria. Number two, there was a video aired by one of the local media stations of Zakaria being in a mosque, reciting the Holy Quran and being in a kanzu. Mungala, today you can come to this studio with a kanzu. But you can say, Mungala, we know your name.
Yes.
We don't, the religious belief, that is just an attire.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a respected attire within the Muslim community.
Yes.
But anyone can wear it. If you go to Dubai, those who
It's
have
a
gone
fashion
to
statement.
people wear these things as they transverse the desert. It's a cultural, you see.
Yeah.
But now the major issue was, there was a mother who came as a witness, a very old woman,
Yeah.
and said that every Ramadan at 6 p.m. when the adhan, the call to prayer, now that is the time we are breaking the fast, I used to give Zakaria food. That is primary evidence of someone
practicing the faith.
Yeah, practicing the faith. By the way, in this customary issue, the court took notice of one thing. In their pleadings of the father, said that one of the Mijikenda custom, do you know that already a committee had been set to bury Samuel Charo Kirao by the family? They had already dug a grave. And they said in the Mijikenda culture, these are not issues I'm saying just off record.
Yeah.
They are in the pleadings and they were filed in court.
Okay.
That when we leave this grave open, nuksi zitakuja mingi, someone, a relative might die again
Yes.
in that family. But the court asked one question. Have you pleaded customary law effectively? We needed someone from the Mijikenda community, an elder. From the Kaya to come and say, it has happened in 1980 what? They have proved to this. So if you plead customary law without sufficient evidence, the court will not really listen to that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, they will listen, but they will make a different determination.
Absolutely.
from what you expect.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if Brands, hii kesi iliisha aje eventually kwa wale of course ndio wanasikia kwa mara ya kwanza. What happened after, we went to court? Yeah.
Yeah, so the judgment just came recently, about 2 weeks ago. And the court gave the imam the body to go and bury. And the court's decision was that the family was unable to prove the Mijikenda custom because they did not call an elder. They did not even make any pleading as to the religious standing of the deceased. But the Muslim community, on the other hand, was able to show that he was a Muslim and a practicing Muslim.
Yes.
So
eventually he was laid to rest as a Muslim faithful. Wow.
Yes.
I mean, this must have been that push and pull. That was I'm sure it was very emotional.
I tell you, because thinking about it, if you look at, for example, the SM Otieno case, the SM Otieno case was actually, there's a battle of customary law experts coming to court and educating the court on how the law custom is practiced, how we call goyodala, what is the procedure, so that the court arrives at that situation saying the home in Matasia was not a dala.
It was a house.
It was a house.
Not a home.
Not a home.
Okay.
So he must be buried in his father's compound. Yes.
I like this. Umeita what dala?
Goyodala.
Hizo ndizo vitu nitatumia leo jioni nikiwa na mabesi wangu. Do you know the goyodala? Anyway, with us, we also have joining us Rajab Shaban. Now, Rajab is a managing partner at Shaban and Associates Advocates, where we have excused Abdul ili aweze kumpisha Rajab Shaban. Rajab, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Morning. How are you guys?
We are good. We are well.
Tuko salama kabisa. You know, I've always wanted this
kofia.
Sanga boshori.
Ona sasa bana.
Tutakuorganizia. So Rajab, you found us in the middle of the conversation.
Yes.
Were you also an advocate in that case?
Yes, I was part of it.
Okay.
Led by our senior, Mr. Brans.
Yes.
Goedala.
Goyo.
Kuna vitu Brans amesema. But I want to understand, first of all, initially when Samuel aka Zakaria was buried, the first time before he was exhumed eventually?
Yeah, he was exhumed.
So before he was exhumed, he was buried using what rites? Christian or Muslim?
No, Islamic rites.
So in both instances he was buried using Islamic rites.
Yes.
Okay. So now
Paul, if I may.
Yes, please.
Explain. Death, burial in Islamic rites.
Yes.
What are the procedures?
Well, yes, good morning to the viewers, yeah? So, for you to be buried as a Muslim, number one, you must be a Muslim. Okay? And once you've been confirmed that now you are no longer part of this universe, what happens is you're normally washed. You know, we normally wash the body, you know, and then we normally do what is known as ablution. We call it in Swahili kutawadha. So the body is normally washed, and then they perform ablution on the body.
Okay.
And for men, normally it's washed by men. A woman cannot wash a man unless it's the wife. The wife can participate in the washing of the
body.
husband, yes, the body.
Okay.
And then once that is done, you're normally shrouded in a white plain cloth. It's not supposed to be stitched. Yes, it's just a shroud which is kitambaa tu. Tunaita sanda.
Okay.
It's normally white in color. Once that is done, your body is now taken to the mosque, whereby now we are going to offer a prayer for the dead.
Okay.
There's a prayer specific. There's a position in which you normally lay down the body facing the Qibla, that is Mecca. That is the direction of our prayer.
Okay.
So there's a way we stand. For the man, it's normally in the middle. For the ladies, towards the right side, yani kwa upande ya kichwa, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Once that is done, you're normally now taken to the grave site, or your graveyard, and then now you're buried. But what happens now? You're normally laid down in a niche right hand side. Normally right in your right side, you're facing also the direction of the Qibla. It's called Lahad.
Okay.
In Arabic.
When you say facing, you mean like my face, my front side will be facing the Qibla?
Will be facing the Qibla in Mecca, the direction of prayer. Normally it's normally on your right side.
All right.
Yes, and then a small, it's like a stone ama kamatope hivi kana kunjwa. Then it's normally placed on your head.
Okay.
Yes, and then it's normally unafunguliwa kidogo hivi, and now you're facing the Qibla.
Okay.
Then normally before that, like I said, you normally pray for the body,
for the soul.
For the soul, yes.
Okay.
How long from the time the person dies is then the person buried?
Well, normally before 24 hours. Because normally we don't take long in terms to bury.
Do you allow the performance of autopsies?
Well, it depends with the circumstances. It depends with the circumstances of the death. You know, at the end of the day, we also have to remember that we're in Kenya. And Kenya is not an Islamic state. We are normally guided by the Constitution of Kenya and any other statute which is set by law. But if it was in an Islamic state, then we'd be forced to bury in less than 24 hours. Currently, what is happening? But circumstances of the death, because in our country we have to know what happened to the body, what are the circumstances that led to the death of the deceased, poisoning, murder, stabbing, and all that.
Yeah,
those are circumstances which the religion does allow for such extents.
And it is also allowed in those, like you said, predominantly Islamic states. Like in Saudi Arabia, if someone is poisoned, they'll definitely do an autopsy.
Yes, they would want to know. The family would now claim, we really want to know what are some of the causes that led to the death of our beloved. Yes.
What led to this 24-hour window within which somebody must be buried?
Well, normally, we normally say that there's nothing else you are doing on this earth. There's no property on a dead body. You see, you're already dead, So to offer that respect for the body, because now for us Muslims, we believe in the hereafter. Your time on earth is done. Now it's time for you to go to the hereafter, whereby you're going to go through the process in the grave till the day of judgment, okay? So normally we don't delay the body simply because there's nothing else which you're doing currently on earth.
So the afterlife begins once you have been laid into the grave and you've been covered.
Yes.
That is now when the other processes
start. Because normally we believe, according to the teachings, that the dead person actually in the grave normally hears the last footstep of the person who is leaving the gravesite. Then now we believe that 2 angels are going to come. And now they're going to start questioning you on how you led your life, who is your creator, who is the prophet, what is your book, and all other questions which are normally
so
asked.
and that is why, because I've heard this before, you don't delay someone's passage to paradise.
Yeah, we don't delay. No, because one thing we believe, I'm also looking forward to that, because you normally, if you are a good Muslim and you've led a good life, you're promised 72 virgins in the hereafter.
Yeah.
So this is more of an encouragement to you to join us.
Now,
why me specifically?
And the 72 are given at once. Yes.
The 72. If you're righteous.
Yes.
No, there's no installments.
Yes.
You're given 72 at once.
Anyway, jipange sasa.
Where jipange? And just to make it more worthwhile.
Yeah. This is not the cream on the cake.
The cream on the cake. You see, the first one and the second one to the 72nd,
yes,
they normally define beauty. You see, what you see on the first is actually more appealing on the second, the third. So you can
by
imagine.
the time you're getting to 72, you're like, ooh la la.
Oh my goodness, I can't imagine. Anyway.
Yeah, no. Thank you, because we needed to understand and the contention there. You see, why someone would say no. Me, I want to become a Muslim, and by the time I meet my Maker, this is how I want things to be done.
Yes.
And Christians the same thing, and even Hindus and everyone else. So, what has this case, number one, taught the courts, and what has it revealed to us about our laws?
Well, from the onset, as I was listening to the interview earlier on, we need to understand that in Kenya, the Constitution of Kenya is the superior law.
Yes.
Okay? But now the courts are normally challenged, because you see, for any burial dispute, there's normally an intersection between culture, religion, and the law itself. Because if you look at the customary law, it actually preserves heritage. Religion preserves faith. Now the Constitution, it actually preserves the law. So for you to be able to determine such a dispute, you have now to respect all the three. Consider the customary law, consider the religious law, and consider the laws or the statutes in Kenya which are governed under the Constitution of Kenya. Okay? So the courts are normally placed on a very difficult situation, because I believe that the courts should be the last port of call when determining a dispute on how to bury the dead body. Why is that? Because you see, once the family, like I believe my colleagues have already addressed on the thresholds which are supposed to be met before a court decides on how to bury the deceased. Now, I believe, when you look at the law, how it is set, okay, once the judge or the magistrate looks at all these, thresholds which are supposed to be met, and they find that, the evidence which has been brought before it, like I said in our earlier interview, that courts normally deal with evidence. There's no in courts, there's no jabber in court. You just have to present your evidence, argue your facts, and then the magistrate or the judge or the judicial officer is going to look at the evidence which has been brought before it, and then it would consider. Okay, and normally it has to protect the dignity of the deceased, because I believe, how do you consider a society to be civilized? You see, civilization in a society, this is according to my belief, is that they do not only look at how you protect the rights of the living, but rather how do you honor those who have already departed from this world. That is how you'd consider a civil society.
Brands, the family now of the late Zakaria, after the judgment was made, of course now they had to submit to the law. What was their reaction?
Of course, it was not violent. I think at that point also the father was already deceased, so they didn't participate in the burial for sure, but they were not happy with the court's decision. But just taking you back to what you were talking about, the lessons that we have learned, I think specifically for like the mosque, one of the things that when we were living there, we had to make them understand is that they need to start having those records. If you convert somebody,
just
issue them with a certificate, give them a copy, retain a copy.
Let's document these things.
Let's document.
Video,
so that we now have that evidence. And two, one that I think disturbs my mind.
Yeah.
Well, of course, when you're doing these things, you're a lawyer. I'm supposed to act on instructions of the client.
Yes.
But I think for me, one that disturbs my mind is the closeness of the relationship. I think the person who is closest to the deceased
Yes.
should always have the right to bury.
Okay. And determine how
it
will be done.
It will be done. Because one of the things that I look at, even in these lessons that I learned from this dispute, yes, the Muslim community was able to bury, and the courts rightly so held that they had the right to bury. But I'm also looking at a life where now the parents of the deceased are now leading their lives knowing that we were unable to bury our son, and we were unable to attend that particular ceremony. So those are just issues that I don't think the law will resolve them, but people need to start thinking actively about them.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
If you had been representing the family of Zakaria, how would you have conducted the case? What would you have presented as evidence to support your case?
There's a lot. One, if you look at the pleadings that they brought before the court, they did not even plead as to either faith or custom. So from the outset, there was no attempt by them to establish connection.
Did they have a lawyer?
They did have a lawyer. And I think one of the things that...
And you're sure this person was a lawyer?
You know, City, one of the things that makes me sad about this whole dispute is my friend Abdul really tried to mediate this thing so that we do not have to wait.
Go to court.
It doesn't have to be acrimonious.
Because now the deceased was in the funeral home for close to a year. So my friend Abdul tells the family, I think we can reach a compromise. You guys accept that we bury the deceased in your family compound. But then we only bury him according to the Islamic rites. So at least there is that compromise. He's buried in your land, but according to the Islamic rites. But the family refused. And for me, I think that compromise was necessary.
You think it was fair?
It was fair. Because one of the things that I learned as a Christian as well is, I think in terms of burial rites, the Islamic faith is very advanced on how they look at things. So that there are certain entitlements that you get post-death by virtue of being a Muslim.
Such as?
Like the 72 virgins.
Okay.
Your religious benefits do not end when you die.
Yes.
You see? And also, I learned that the imam who converts you has a religious obligation to make sure that you enjoy those things. So, I think the law will not solve this problem, but it's a conversation definitely that people must start having. As we
the reason I asked you that question is this. When the funerals you've attended were in your ancestral backyard, are those funerals Christian funerals, or are they a mixture of traditional and Christian rites?
I think that, for example, you might know that if you marry a woman, for example, in the Luo culture, and you do not pay bride price, or let's say you pay bride price and then you divorce, but they do not return the bride price to you. And he's subsequently married to Shaban. If the woman dies, my clan will go for the body. Those are things that you have to...
So City can come and claim Shaban's wife who was his ex-wife?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. In fact, if you marry traditionally and you actually pay dowry, and your wife decides to desert you, you just relax. Should she pass on before you?
Unaenda tu unasema leta hiyo ni mali yangu.
Let it rudishe nyumbani.
Yes. It's part of the custom. Now, why I ask is because we tend to mix the two. From what I have observed, because some of the processes that I even refer to as Christian rites, they're more traditional than they are Christian.
Even in the Kamba culture, and I know this because I've gone through this, if you divorce a woman, they need to return that dowry.
Yes.
If they return, you release them and they can marry as many times as they want, and they are not in any way connected to you. But if they happen to pass on without having returned that there are ceremonies that you can do to cut those ties, and then maisha iendelee azikwe venye walikuwa nataka. But if you decide to be a pain in the behind, you can actually give those guys trouble, and that body will be buried how you want.
Maybe for the family, one, as you even are saying, one of the things that they didn't do, they did not premise their claim either on custom or religion, so that what they were saying is, I am the father and I have a right to bury.
Period.
Mambo mengine so bwana. They were not really trying to prove anything. While on the other side, the Muslim community had brought proof that this is a Muslim, he converted, he was practicing the faith, and therefore we have a right to bury because of this and this. So it was very difficult for the family to win the case. And that's why we were trying to reach a compromise, because we were saying there's no need of us being in court for 1 year. The results are just going to be eventual.
So let me ask, in a case such as this one here, do you think justice was served?
Rajab?
I would say yes, eventually. But honestly, it really, it's a sorrow to us as advocates, because sometimes there are times whereby you just need to compromise, Have a discussion with the opposing counsel. Call your client, sit down with them. Because from the onset of our litigation, which was led by our senior here, Mr. Brands, he told us that, we need to involve the family from the word go. And you see, even because I would never consider that we won this case. I wouldn't say we won this case. Rather, the court considered the evidence which we brought before it. By saying winning, it looks a bit...
it's like there was a battle or something to
and
prove.
It was not a battle. Because even on the material day, after getting the judgment, we said it, that we would involve the family. We reached out to the family, but they did not honor the invitation.
Okay.
But to us, to the deceased, I'd say justice was served.
Yeah.
Okay. To the deceased, justice was served.
When he was alive, Zakaria, when he was alive, did he ever talk to his, as far as you know, to your best of your knowledge, did he ever profess to his family that, look guys, mimi ni Zakaria, mimi ni Muislamu, na hivyo ndivyo maisha yako?
Well, I wouldn't say he did or he didn't, because I don't really reside in Takaungu. But I believe that conversation, one way or another, happened. Because when you go to Takaungu, it's not a very vast village, or rather it covers a very large square kilometers or anything. But I believe the community, as my good friend had mentioned, that they live harmoniously. And the distance between the mosque and the family's house, the distance between Zachariah's house to the mosque, I believe the family already knew that he was a practicing Muslim. Yes. But sometimes I believe it's truth and acceptance are some of the most important factors people need to consider in life. The earlier or the sooner you do accept, the easier it will be. You see, because I think the Constitution provides for the freedom of religion. Okay? And anyone is at liberty to choose what type of faith he needs to profess. There's no specific statute that says no, you cannot become a Muslim, no, you cannot become a Hindu, no, you cannot become a Buddhist. You see, but if I was to go back honestly in this matter, I would really want to see the family compromise some situations, and really take part in ensuring that the deceased has been given his last respects. Because this is something that we really wanted from the word go. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. But we always have instructions as advocates. We proceed and represent our client to the best of our ability.
Okay.
Yes.
I hope sasa going forward most wataanza kukeep records.
Yes.
Certificates.
They do. Actually, that is something we are really trying to to sensitize the community at large. Because we're planning to really have different camps, different mosques, different villages, so that people can actually now at least embrace the fact that they need to to have those certificates. And even family members, they need to accept. Because even me personally, I have family members who are not Muslims.
Yes.
but they really participate with us during Eid celebrations. We also go to them during their celebrations, and I believe that existence, a peaceful coexistence between Islam, Christianity, Hindus, and all that, it's a beauty.
All right.
Yes.
It is a beauty. I was actually telling a friend of mine that I watch a lot of content from places like Tanzania. And my friend, people there have married Muslims and Christians. Wakati wa Pasaka wako pamoja, you can't even tell the difference. Wakati wa Ramadan wako pamoja, hata huwezi tell. Wakati wa Christmas they are celebrating together, and you can see this is clearly a Muslim and this one is a Christian, but because they love each other and they decided, we won't let these divisions come in between us. Maisha yanaendelea vizuri.
Well, if you grew up in Mombasa as I did, what you're saying is absolutely true.
Yeah.
The divisions that people speak of have been planted by certain people and they haven't succeeded. Because people of these different faiths, honestly, they are intermarriages.
Yes.
People get along well. As you say correctly,
yes.
You have a burial from the Christian side. You find Muslims have gone to church. Yes. You have a burial on the side of the Muslims. You find the Christians have gone for that burial. There is a great deal of tolerance. The intolerance is something that is preached by other people.
Yeah.
For whatever reasons they have. But that tolerance exists at the coast.
Very true.
Yes.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. That is Abdul Nasir ambaye ameondoka kidogo lakini tunashukuru. Rajab, thank you also for coming through. And of course, Brands, asante tena sana. Let's continue the conversation now, see you. All right. Coming up next, we are hosting. We are hosting Professor Murej Makucheng. He's an associate professor of media and communication at Multimedia University of Kenya, and it's about the political shake-up. We also ask him about the address by President Ruto last night. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Detectives investigating the killing of clinical psychologist Dr. Victoria Mutiso are looking into previous incidents where she had raised concerns about her safety. The reports include an alleged attack at a home in Mlolongo and another encounter involving a man believed to be armed. Dr. Mutiso was shot dead on Wednesday along Mbagathi Road in Nairobi's Upper Hill area while traveling in a taxi to work. Police say a vehicle blocked the taxi before a gunman approached and shot her. The suspect escaped immediately after the attack. Thousands of teachers will have to wait longer for promotions, employment, and acting allowances. This is after the Teachers Service Commission told senators that inadequate funding is delaying key programs. TSC acting CEO Evelyn Mitei said limited budget allocations have affected teacher recruitment, promotions, compensation for acting roles, and other staff welfare programs. She also defended the Commission's teacher recruitment and career progression policies.
The Commission is currently reviewing the career progression guidelines. The one we have was done in 2016, so we are reviewing this year with a view to establishing flexible progression pathways for both institutional administrators and classroom teachers. Because the pathway for teachers terminates at D1, while the one for administrators starts at D3.
Members of Parliament have intensified calls for action against leaders accused of spreading hate speech, urging state investigative agencies to move swiftly. This as concerns grow over rising inflammatory political rhetoric ahead of the 2027 general election. MPs criticized the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, calling for legal action against politicians accused of inciting ethnic hatred and threatening national unity.
For an individual who is seeking a national election to be elected as a president in this country, to go against, when this parliament did what it needed to do,
when Honorable KJ talked about impeachment, it was very clear who he's referring to. So we cannot be talking against hate speech, and all of us are showing hatred towards an individual. Let us be careful about what we do on this house. Let's not use the floor of the house to malign people.
Kwa hiyo kama Mheshimiwa Duale alikosea, aliona mwenendo ambao unaenda, ambao pia sisi hatukubali alivyosema, lakini aliona msururu ulivyokuwa unaenda ulikuwa si msururu mzuri.
Scientists say human-caused climate change has made the extreme weather driving wildfires in southwestern France and central Spain much more likely. The ongoing fires have forced hundreds of thousands of people to evacuate and destroyed vast areas of land. Researchers say hotter, drier and windier conditions are making wildfires more difficult to control once they start. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. European football's 55 member associations have voted to boycott World Cups if the sport's governing body proceeds with a plan to sell stakes in its competitions to private investors. The decision was made during an emergency meeting called to discuss the proposal, which was announced earlier this week by FIFA, which oversees world football. CONCACAF, which governs football in North and Central America and hosted this year's World Cup, said its 41 member associations have rejected the proposal made by FIFA President Gianni Infantino after it met on Thursday. Harambee Starlets have been eliminated from the Women's Africa Cup of Nations after a narrow 1-0 defeat to Senegal, a result that leaves Kenya without a point and with no chance of progressing to the knockout stage. Kenya dominated large spells of the match and created numerous opportunities, registering 22 attempts on goal but lacked the finishing touch needed to punish Senegal. The Starlets were also denied by the woodwork on 3 occasions, as the Lionesses of Teranga's defense survived sustained pressure. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi and this is the People's Breakfast with Siti Muga. Tunataka kuangalia the political shake-up and Ruto's State of the Nation address yesterday. Was it really a State of the Nation address or it was just an address to the state? Well, it depends on how you look at it. But yes, he did give a State of the Nation of sorts because he mentioned, where we are and where Zimbabwe is and where countries such as South Korea are and Vietnam. And he also mentioned Singapore, China, the Asian tigers as we refer them. And he went on to say that we have a vision 2030 lakini imefika mwisho, sasa tuna need kutengeneza vision nyingine ambayo itakuwa ni 20 something. Well, with us is Professor Murej Makochieng, Associate Professor of Media and Communication at Multimedia University of Kenya. Professor, karibu tena sana. Nice to see you again. Sijui ulikuwa umepotelea wapi? Yeah. Chukua hii microphone imekutoroka kidogo. Yes, karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
And I thought we agreed you introduce me to either your tailor or where you buy these shirts.
Sasa hii ilitoka Burundi.
Because every time you come here, you're coming with a different shade, a different light and a different collage.
Yes.
And they actually look good.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate
it. Yesterday, did you watch the president's
No, I did.
speech?
I had to.
Okay.
Yes.
What did you make of it?
I don't know. I don't know. What I made of it is really a mixed bag. Number one, I think the president took a very strong initiative to direct the conversation currently, and I think to some extent he was losing it.
Okay.
In terms of just the public sphere, what people are thinking about, what is going on. So while this probably was planned before, I think that intervention, may help. Help him and the government probably steer the conversation in a way that reflects more positively on on them. But regarding substance, I thought this was just like I'm inviting us to start talking.
Yes. Actually, he did say that he's inviting us. He didn't say that he has the blueprint, but he said, let's make the blueprint together.
Yes.
Vision 20, tuanze na Vision 2030. How have we performed as a country on Vision 2030? Have we delivered, I would give it percentages, but I don't know if we can really give it percentages. But, on a scale of 1 to 10, assuming 1 is when we started, and then 10 is the delivery, the end point. Tuko wapi hapo katikati?
I will agree with you that it is very difficult to give a percentage because Vision 2030 has got so many, pillars, and on each of those pillars probably will require somebody who has really done a very good study to give you what probably is close to factual. But I think we can now go in terms of perception, and in terms of perception, we can't run away from looking at it again as a backdrop of where we are right now, because that is the reality. Kenyans will look at any government performance, any agenda, any vision on the basis of how they feel right now compared to many years ago. To some extent we've made quite some important strides, but we can't run away from the fact that Kenyans still feel that we could have done much better. I think that is, for me, the greatest key. If you look at so many sectors, for instance, the sector in which I operate, the university sector, the feeling is that really we are not in a very good place. So if we are to make comparisons, we have to look at it from how do we feel about where we are right now compared to where we would have wished, to be. And that is for me, I think that is the conversation that we should be having. All these things that we are looking forward to, August 12th will come. And Kenyans are very good at conversing, at talking. But the issue is, how do we actually talk? It will be very interesting to look at the key points, because State House sent out some flyer with some of the key points that came from the president's speech. I've got the full speech with me. I went through it. I remember saying in one platform that at the end of it, I wondered what exactly the president was saying. Probably after reading it, I've got a sense of what he was saying. The issue is, it is not that we have not been discussing issues. We have been doing that. If we were to discuss issues with the end result being coming up with another development plan, probably we can talk about that. But I don't think there will be anything new that Kenyans haven't actually spoken about. The issue about talking right now should actually be focusing on what is it that we didn't realize and what are the reasons so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. Because if you look at the president's speech, point by point, he had almost 4 grounds on which to say, look here, this, where we are right now is a very good foundation for us to build on. The conversation should, in fact, even be more in details about what is it that we didn't actually do right that we can do right. And for me, that is going to be the critical conversation.
Prof, and I agree with you for sure. The critical thing is, where are we? What have we done? What haven't we done? And why haven't we done it? And what can we do to actually do it? But sorry, President Ruto has been in government for a very long time, and not just as a member of parliament, but also as a minister. At one point, he was even a minister of higher education, if my memory serves me right.
Yes, no, he was.
He was. Yeah. He was. And then, vice president, deputy president for 10 years, and then now president for 4 years, heading to 5. what is it? And this I'm asking genuinely because I want to understand. What is it that he thinks he has, in your opinion, what do you think, not he thinks, but what do you think he has achieved, or perhaps not even achieved in the time period, and especially when he was cabinet secretary, when he's a cabinet minister in the government? Because for him to have been trusted by Kenyans with the position of presidency, there's something that they saw, apart from the manifestos and the charters that he signed with every county and every group and every other marginalized community in this country. Can we say that indeed he was the right person for the job? Has he performed well?
I don't know. That's a very difficult question. But I just want, first of all, before I share my thoughts regarding that, to debunk some of these assumptions, whether somebody was actually elected by the people as a government or a cabinet secretary or minister to serve in certain portfolios. Those are, whoever is in power imagines, and a lot of factors influence whom he chooses to be a cabinet, a secretary or a minister, before that. Regarding President Ruto being chosen to be the president, that one is also open for debate, but he was chosen, by the people. Whatever happened, we can come to that conclusion. Some people even go and say, ultimately, it is God who orchestrates, these things, and therefore if they're in those positions and God has sanctioned them being there, he must be right and they must be the right people. But we can debunk those things, because we sometimes run away from looking at things for what they are by rationalizing and taking away our responsibility to think through things and saying this has been decided by the people and it is God who is whatever, and so on and so forth. I can't rate the performance of President Ruto objectively right now. But when you look at so many factors, there are hits and misses. And for me, the critical issues are where the misses are. Comparisons, with the Asian tigers and the different waves, but even those waves, we can talk about them, but what are the fundamentals? And I'm sure there are people who have written papers, these Asian tigers, people started studying them in the 80s. I remember being in a country where the issue of democracy and development was really being debated and people asking, isn't it probably better to put development ahead of all these things to do with democracy and so on and so forth.
So have an authoritarian government and then
yes, and the examples really came from from Asian tigers. And when people argue like that, I used to wonder, why don't you take other countries, such as those that follow the social democratic whatever, and they're developed, they're democratic. Why should you always take the examples of these people who may give you reasons to say finya watu and then you'll get development? But the hits and misses, especially for me, the misses are the kind of thing that should actually be focusing on. How have we played our politics? How have we played our politics? To what extent does the way we play politics sometimes compromise the kind of developmental goals that we have put, for ourselves to achieve? For instance, the debate right now in this country, and I really fear for our country.
How so?
Because we are regressing. We are actually regressing. If you look at, for instance, the increasing support that the DCP party is having.
Yes.
And what we are seeing very dramatically, people, politicians, the heavyweights from Mount Kenya, all of a sudden realizing that if they do not move, with Gachagua and the party, they may actually lose their seats.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, you can come with blueprints, you can say we can do this, but ultimately, people are trying to gauge, where am I going to be safe? in terms of the grouping that I belong to, the ethnic block or the ethno-geographical block. So it is not so much that we are thinking in terms of I, as Mungala, regardless of the party that I belong to, I can actually serve you and you will vote for me on the basis
of my ability to deliver services.
Yes.
I get where your
Let
fear
us
is
talk
now.
about the political culture that we are actually creating. You know, for instance, and I listened to the interview that, was on Citizen TV, you know, the man of the moment, I think it was titled, Sifuna.
Yes.
And he tried very cleverly to say, hey, the homecoming wasn't because of this or whatever. It wasn't actually homecoming. My political home is in Nairobi. So the homecoming, I think what the interviewer was trying to make people see is that wave that we saw in Western Kenya probably was informed by the fact that, is Bukusu and is gone back to the Bukusu. Sifuna may have been right the way he responded, but even the questioning makes you realize that people's mindset are that unless you are together with your people and you speak the language of your people and you speak to their interests, you can't be elected. So when we are making these comparisons, Singapore, Hong Kong, Vietnam, whatever it is, how did they handle those issues that are right now
plaguing
our biggest, problem? Because unless we talk about those issues, we it's going to be hits and misses. Because in the run up to 2027, don't be surprised that people, even right now, Kenyans, a lot of people are talking, especially those of my generation and so on and so forth, and trying to push the younger people into this conversation that we belong together. Before we are Kenyans, we belong together. And therefore, let us look at our own interests first. If somebody was to do an analysis, even in the last election, a lot of campaigning was we. Mount Kenya, or whatever it is, coastal people and so on and so forth. What is on the table for us? Right now, as people try to imagine who is going to be Ruto's running mate,
yes.
What is informing that?
The ethno-geographic locations.
Yes, right now it is. If it is ODM, it must be Oparanya. Now it is
actually yes.
Yes, and the coastal people. I mentioned this last time. You see, how do we handle that? Because unless we address some of those things fundamentally, it's going to be very difficult for us.
Prof, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
You said that the space you are in, you feel that Kenya is not in a good place. I'm paraphrasing. In an earlier statement, you said where we are at politically, we are not in a good space.
I think one of the statements I made was that in the sector in which I belong,
the education, university.
Yes. Compared to where we were before and where we are right now, I can safely say that we are not in a very good place.
Okay. What does a good place look like?
I mean, a good place would be a place where in the academy, members in that space feel a sense of being supported and enabled to do what is expected of them in order to contribute to the development of this country. So if we're in a place where, some of the basics that we expect, as support, we are struggling to get it, then we can't be in a good place. If we are in a space where, in fact, even the funding, for students
is a problem.
I think the conversation. Last time it was like, we've got a formula, now we can fix it. Right now it was like, no formula. It didn't work, so we are trying to get another formula. Everybody. So unless you get to a position where we say this is a priority sector, why don't we channel our resources accordingly to enable people operating in this sector for the sake of the country, then we've got a big problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know why I asked the question, Prof, is this, huh? When we look at academia in Kenya,
yes,
broadly speaking,
yes,
the one thing that the Kenyan academia cannot boast of is their research strength.
yes,
We do the research component, which in my opinion should be a fundamental building block of the process of learning in the university, is woefully lacking. This is putting it as politely as I can.
Yeah.
Now, in the absence of the pursuit of knowledge, new, the expansion of knowledge, old, and the understanding of the continuum that is required in the thinking process of a population, then that university, in actual fact, or the institution of higher learning are actually dead. They just don't know it. Because if you are not pursuing these goals, then what do you think you are there for? Because it is not a factory or an assembly line that just churns out people. There's a country that needs running. There are people who we require to continue with the management of that country. And these institutions have been given that responsibility. Now, if we do not pursue that, then a lot of what we face are of our own making. That's number one. Number two, when I look at our politics, and given what you've just said, there's a dominant feature that is rarely spoken of. It's called dominant narrative. This is what I call it. And it is purposed and it is propagated with such energy that it represents the truth. And sometimes it is really, really very far removed from the truth. For instance, this idea that if somebody identifies themselves with the ethnic group, identifies, because it's an identity, that of necessity, they are not Kenyans. That's utter nonsense. A community or an ethnic group is an identity. It represents diversity. And if you look at Kenya without the lenses of the negativity of our politics, we've actually understood this diversity and we get along quite well with it. That's until it is poisoned, and it certainly moves in the worst possible direction that it possibly could. We actually accommodate these differences really beautifully and well. I don't need to give examples of how people intermarry, how people live next to people. I don't, because it exists. But the dominant narrative is that if somebody pursues in politics the support of their ethnic background, then they are viewed to be ethnically negative. And yet, this is now the dichotomy. If you do not have a voter base that people recognize, you are not taken seriously by anybody else. We Africans, if your own family can't support you, we have to ask, what is wrong with this person? Now, it's our thinking, but the dominating political discourse isn't that. Yet we know it to be true. There is absolutely, and I repeat, no way you will make headway in politics in this country if you cannot talk about the political, the voter base that you actually have.
Let me respond, to those issues, very fundamental issues, and I've actually spent a lot of time thinking about this, especially the second one. About the first one, yes, universities are struggling, and yes, it is true that a lot of us don't do so much research. Research is needed. There is some good research taking place, but it is not as much as we would really wish to have. And research is expensive. One needs money, and I don't think that a country can actually develop sufficiently strongly without good money being put in research. So I think going forward, these conversations, I think that should be part of the conversation. But now the issue about dominance. We can talk about dominance from the perspective of ideology. The issues of identity are extremely complex. There are negative aspects and there are positive aspects to identity, especially when somebody uses identity in politics to the extent that we start looking at ourselves as us against them. That's a big thing. Let us address this thing very strongly. We cannot run away from the fact that so many people, in fact, very strong political actors have confessed, for instance, that a particular community will never have voted for Raila. I mean, that is the truth. Even for some of us who thought like some of these things are just being pushed, when you came to hear people say, for instance, that a particular ethnic group voted for the current president, not so much because they liked him, but because they were voting against the person who was running against him. I don't know whether those people, whatever they were saying is true, but that narrative, we can't run away from them. Yes, it is true that in so many ways we have coexisted fairly harmoniously, but it is in spite of these things, not that they don't exist, in spite of these things. And when the opportunity comes and the issue of gaining power is at stake, then the key players run back to the identity, not positively to argue that it doesn't matter whether I'm Kikuyu or not, we've been coexisting. It doesn't matter whether I'm Luya or not, we've been coexisting, and therefore vote whichever way you want. It is like, now it is important who gets at the table, because the way you get to the table and the numbers you bring to the table will then dictate what slice you will get from it. It is not like let us have this conversation from 12th of August.
Okay.
And this 12th of August, we come to a very clear picture of where we want to go as Kenyans, as a nation. Regardless of where you come from, we want to develop this nation in such a way that everybody will feel like they are Kenyans and they're not marginalized. If we can get that conversation in that particular way, then it will be okay. Then we come up with a plan and we say, economically, in terms of this and so on and so forth, these areas will get this, and then we go to parliament and pass that. And then we don't even talk about it later on. We don't come and say, TJ, now you are a CS, you are bringing a road. Why are you telling us that now you voted for me and because I'm there sitting at the table, now I'm bringing you the road? We immediately revert to the kind of negativity that is actually part of the misses I was talking about. Yes, there are hits, but there are misses. We have refused to say these are some of the dynamics that are actually holding us. Can we address them once and for all?
Okay.
So, City, what I can say myself is that, yes, the issue of identity, the fact that we belong to particular groupings and, in terms of culture, in terms of tradition, in terms of coexistence, and these are conversations we had in this country for a very long time. Unity in diversity, that the diversity is positive in certain aspects. We can't run away from the fact that that diversity, some people have actually engineered it to the detriment of the good of this country.
Very true.
What you're saying is true, Prof. It's true to this extent. Narratives, once they form and grow legs and arms and heads, are not seen as narratives, they're seen as the truth. They represent the truth. Like there's this narrative about how people vote. It's a strong narrative, and you measure its strength in the way people have believed it and how people talk about it, that people tend to vote against as opposed to for. But certainly, if you are vying for a political position and other people want it, their narratives will be against you because they want to present themselves as the people who should be voted for. So, but it is made to seem as though it's something new and that it's something negative. You see, if you look at our politics and we look at 1966, when Kenya People's Union was formed, the discourse that around it would make you think that there was nobody from central Kenya who was in KPU. Or there were people from central Kenya. The most prominent person was Bildad Kagia. But he wasn't alone. There were others. this constituency that Martha Karua comes from had a KPU member at some point in their lives, and many other places. There are places in central Kenya that supported KPU. There are places in Kenya, central Kenya, that supported up to eastern and west, who supported Jaramogi. But our electioneering process, for it to work in the manner that was initiated from 1966, where ballot boxes were being found in Njoro River, okay? Yes, they were being found, and they had ballots in Njoro River. We introduced at that point in time rigging. We had not encountered it before, but now we encountered rigging. Over time, state operatives have sought to perfect that process. And it works when you have a narrative. The most current narrative was the tyranny of numbers, which, when you looked at it in detail, was utter blooddash. There was it didn't even, basic arithmetic could not support it. But it was a beautiful narrative, and it caught on, and it justified a certain end that had been predetermined. So the strength and the power of the narratives, to understand it in modern times, is how it is. If you, in this work that we do, utter something that seems to point to what the government has done well, you will immediately be called, not a government sympathizer is polite. You will be called other names, and yet there is evidence to support what you're saying. You're just speaking from what you have seen.
Yeah.
Okay? You're not making it up. You're saying, but folks, if you're saying this is true, what about this? I mean, does it not contradict what you're saying? Why do I say this? Our politics, if you want to understand the depth of it, go back to the old things of around 1969 in Gatundu. Just go back there. Go back to the old things of Mau Mau. And go back to how it is the voices of those who are in Mau Mau was dimmed over time by the government of the day, to the point where one didn't hear of it at all. And the issues that they were fighting for continued to be the issues we're talking about to date.
Yeah, City, my response to that would be, and I want to say this, I hope I'm understood very, very strongly. There is something that we need to overcome as a country. What you're talking about is about ideology. The way politics is framed, the way politics is used, especially in the public sphere, but also the way in which politicians, for the sake of winning votes and ascending to power, would do anything, including characterizing other people and their competitors and whole groups as less than deserving of the national good. We need to come to a situation where our political culture transcends some of the negative dynamics that we have experienced in our politics. So, yes, we can go into the history. Yes, we can go into those details are there. People have spoken about them, but have we matured enough? Have we had political leaders who are mature enough that do not, at the opportune moment, revert back to some of those ways of ideologically pushing for certain narratives, whose consequences are that we have experienced dark moments in this country, like we did in 2007. We did. Not that people didn't know, people knew. But there are political players who are hell-bent on ascending to power regardless of the negative consequences and the suffering that people in this country go through.
Yes.
So ideology has got a way sometimes of making certain things look as if they are natural while they are not. For instance, you can talk about KPU having these members and so on and so forth. Fine. But how was KPU presented politically, ideologically, with what kind of ends? How are those narratives used to the extent that certain people in certain places in this country felt like they've been excluded? So for me, the instrumental use of some of these ideological arguments are the ones I'm talking about.
Prof, did they feel they were excluded or were they actually excluded?
No, they were and they felt because they vocalized it. Sometimes you can be excluded, but you don't even have the ability to say that you're being excluded. Here is a situation where people are excluded and they were shouting
And they
about
said it.
and that became the rallying point. In fact, their response to the state was that they were oppositional to the state. And those were strong statements.
But Prof, was that not also the very foundation of the protests and the pushback that was given to the colonialists? Again, someone is making decisions on your behalf and moving along with those decisions in total disregard.
Yes.
And you have this, what we refer to as the cake, and you are getting a really small portion of it. And yet your participation is actually significant. You see, it isn't just an issue that happened with KPU. It happened with KANU.
Yeah.
In Luo Nyanza, KANU was demonized. And why KANU was demonized was something that didn't start with Moi. It began with Jomo Kenyatta. We had a situation where councillors, a whole lot of them who were elected on a KANU ticket in Migori, had to cross the border and go to Tanzania because people were baying for their blood.
It's sad.
Yes.
Extremely sad.
You see, this is something that one must breathe life into, and so that you look and see it isn't something that you are going to confine to a certain region. No, it is a narrative that people who are in political power or are seeking it use as a tool to help them ascend to those positions.
And for me, that is the strongest argument. This conversation, if we were to bring it back to what the president was talking yesterday, we've got to be very honest. Starting from 12th of August, are we bold enough, are we mature enough to speak about some of these things and say there's need for us to break or make attempts to break from that kind of politicking? Because we like it or not. And that is why I was alluding to the fact that right now, as we go into 2027, the realignments, if we are not very careful, they're already being informed by people thinking like, if I do not
join this, then I'm out.
Yes, then I'm out. What does that actually mean? CT, you are right that getting into national politics, you must get into it on the basis of from your home. What kind of support are you getting? And then what are you bringing to the table? While that may sound practical and we've got ways of rationalizing it, a time is going to come where we've got to ask, is that the best approach? Because what are the consequences for that? The consequences for that are that, Mungala, if you come from this ethno-geographical region, and there are certain key players talking and pushing a particular narrative, you are joining them in order to have something to bring to the table, inadvertently forces you to think and push for those issues even when they are not very good for the country.
Very true.
We need to talk about those things.
But Professor,
because in fact, then look at this flip point. There are moments where, Mungala, you can actually be a person who nationally, a big proportion can vote for you. But because we want to move from the perspective that what are you bringing to the table? If people in your own base do not particularly like you, it is 50-50. But the country, 80% outside your own area, like you. What does it say about your possibility of being a national leader? Will we be defined ultimately nationally, beginning with whether or not we are accommodated, locally?
Prof, people usually say in this particular show that politics is local. At the end of the day, it is more or less what we are saying. That I come from Kitui, for example, and actually not for example, I come from Kitui. And the thing here is, if I were to seek a national position, like what Sifuna and Kalonzo Musyoka are seeking right now, I will be questioned on the basis of what have you done in Kitui so that you can come and tell us that you are going to do nationally.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
I think we make a very huge mistake when we just willy-nilly take statements such as politics is local. Where is it coming from? What ideology is it forcing? Is it actually pushing?
Yeah.
What meaning? If you are saying politics is local, what meaning are you giving to politics is local? You see, if, for instance, you want to be an MP,
yes,
your area where you want to represent is localized. So
Yes.
the politics have got to be local in that sense. Unfortunately, there are people who use politics as local to give it meaning, which then ends up making them push for things which are not very good for us as a country.
Okay.
You see, because then they say you have to be localized in the way you think and the ideas you are pushing for, so on and so forth. So that even when people now debating national issues, what it informs them is, how is it going to be working for, my area? All of a sudden now they remove themselves from the national sphere, not knowing that what we do nationally is what should actually permeate into the local. Because if you say politics is local,
Yes.
development is local, where are you going to get those resources locally?
Very true.
It is because that we as a country think as a country, plan as a country, and therefore even when locally you feel a bit weak, it is possible for us sitting nationally to say as a country we are better off supporting you. You see, so my problem is when people talk about politics is local, what exactly do they mean? Sometimes we make that mean things which they don't actually.
Can I interpret what I think? Let me tell you what I think.
Yeah.
You see, the statement will be interpreted differently, in all honesty. But if I look at who we are as Kenyans, this is the statement I make. We're all villagers. And the reason why I say we're all villagers, the generation I belong to, literally all 90% more of our parents grew up in a rural setting, in a certain place in the country. Your parents, who are my generation,
walikuwa wanatumia koroboi.
Yes, exactly. And the rural setting represented the greatest influences in their lives. But because they went to school, were educated, and came to town, they now had a different influence competing with the village influence. And that competition is what we're discussing here. Because we know, in theory, what a national outlook would be. We know, in theory, what being Kenyan is about. But we are local. The influences from the village never really quite disappeared. And that's what the shrewd politician taps into.
Unfortunately. And unfortunately, and I think we better also be very honest that the proportion of Kenyans who think and are localized that way is dwindling.
Not fast enough.
No, but
70% of our population is still in the rural areas.
Let me tell you, this is a very interesting conversation. In fact, going into 2027, I wish we'd have more of these conversations, because sometimes we experience reality in ways which make us think like the more we talk, hopefully we can get a better understanding. Let me tell you that the way some of us were rooted in the local spaces, and by the way, it is very interesting because I'm Luo. I've spent most of my time in Luyaland. That is where I lived. So there's a way in which, right from the time when I was in high school, being in university, a lot of people struggle to place me. Though I come from that generation, placing me in terms of local becomes extremely difficult. Yeah, when a Luo asks you, where do you come from? Many a times when they ask me, I go into a lot of preface, explanation.
Is that so?
Because there are connotations. Language is very interesting.
Okay.
where do you come from? Somebody asking you that in the Luo has got so many connotations. Then I'll tell them, hey, you know what? Or where are you going? You're going home, yes. I'm saying, okay, no. If going home means I'm getting into a bus to a place where he's home, I'm going to Bungoma County. Yes, Kimilili, Tongaren constituency. So how? And then there is the idea of where do you come from, whose connotation is placing you among the Luo people. Then I'll tell you, I'm from Alego. Then you start wondering, you're from Gumba, you're from Alego. It becomes very complex.
Okay.
Now come to this generation, the Gen Z, for instance. The numbers are increasing. Even those that are localized, their thinking is not the same with our own thinking, but more so because of urbanization, the proportion of Kenyans who don't think in terms of that connotation of local is increasing. In fact, politicians are forcing them to think that way, but they don't think that way. So any person vying for political office, especially nationally, but also in areas that are very cosmopolitan, if you miss the point that younger generations don't think the way we think in terms of the local, then you'll be surprised.
Okay.
At this wave, for instance, Sifuna, what informs that wave?
Okay. Speaking of which, Prof, we saw Sifuna yesterday with Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo said that, hey, I'm not moving to government, so relax. My only goal here, is to ensure that President Ruto is a one-term president. But also we saw Sifuna a couple of days ago with Dr. Matiang'i. What are your thoughts as far as these conversations that Sifuna is trying to have with all these bigwigs in politics? And
honestly, I actually don't know. Let me be very honest, but I can share a few thoughts.
Yes.
Number one, I think everybody knows and realizes that if your goal is to defeat President Ruto, all of them are confessing that it won't be easy. Yeah, we can talk. We can wish for whatever we want to wish for. When the rubber meets the road, they know that it's not going to be easy. The euphoria that comes with the support that Sifuna is getting, and with very good reasons, is a kind of euphoria that, depending on the way that they do their own politics, Ruto and his group can have.
Okay.
The crowds and the pictures we are getting, people say, look at this crowd. Let me tell you, Kenyan crowds can form in following so many dynamics.
True.
But having said that, I think the political blocks that we have in this country, and the fact that we have forced ourselves to see our politics from certain perspectives, that if you were to get the, in quotes, Ukambani vote, then, Kalonzo is the person. Some people are realizing that even with this euphoria, and I differ with them, by the way, that probably most of the votes that Sifuna may bring, will come from, Western Kenya, which I think is misplaced, and the shoring up and the conversations about Oparanya being a possible running mate. All this, let me tell you, are politicking. These people, every night they're on a chessboard and they're trying to look at which moves. And some of these things end up forcing us thinking in wrong direction. And that is my argument.
Okay.
So I think it is an open secret that unless the opposition, so-called opposition, comes together and speaks with one voice, it's a foregone conclusion that if that unity, is lacking, Ruto will just have an easy day on the ballot.
If you're to balance the utter disdain and anger and hatred I see being directed to President Ruto currently, in 1992, yes, the advent of multi-party was with us. compare that with the disdain people had for President for President Daniel Arap Moi. Okay? There was a united opposition. They called themselves Ford. Look at how that worked out. And look at how it took 10 years for them to figure out that, you know something, if we don't work as a unit, this thing is never really going to happen. Now, you tell me, these chaps who keep telling us they're in the united opposition, and all you can see is that they are in the opposition, the united bit doesn't quite pan out.
I'll go back to my own thinking. I don't know whether I'm belaboring the point.
Belabor it by all means.
Unless even those in the united opposition, make the interests of this country, and I've argued about this in different fora, their personal interests, then they will not make it. And this is what I mean. So long as people in the opposition fail, regardless of what they're telling us, that I am the one who must be the presidential candidate. If they can reach a point where they say, we don't have that much time, let us just agree, it doesn't really matter, who is going to be the flag bearer. But we are better off, and this I want to push, we are better off with a younger person. I don't know how this is going to be taken. Let me argue very seriously.
Why are we better off with a younger person?
Simply because we want to move away from this boxing ourselves, that unless you've got this track record, I don't know what, not and so on and so, unless you can bring certain numbers to the... But I think it is good for us to give this country hope by probably having a younger person being a presidential, candidate. But my point, CT, my point was, if they can come to a position where they say it doesn't really matter who is the flag bearer, then the opportunity for them to unseat President Ruto is going to be,
But the question that we ask, Prof, with regards to leadership, to who we wish to elect as president, it revolves around who rather than what. What for me is, what would you like to see in somebody who you think should be in that office? And then after what is, how will these qualities that you're talking about manifest? Because the leadership that leads the country is not a person. It's a person and the people around that particular candidate. And yes.
Can I explain my position? It doesn't matter who is the flag bearer, and the fact that it is better to have somebody who is younger. For instance, let's just look at the people who are there. Younger, you fall with Sifuna. If you can say it doesn't matter whether Sifuna becomes the presidential candidate, then you've hit the jackpot. Why? Because most of the other alternatives have got histories which may not work very well for them. So when you settle, it doesn't matter who becomes the presidential candidate. It doesn't matter even if it is Sifuna. Then you say, apart from the advantage that he has as far as age is concerned, he doesn't have all that history.
Ideally, you have a valid point, Professor. Ideally, you have a point. But we are a country that has institutions that are supposed to guide us in matters of political hygiene and so forth. They give their take and tell the IEBC, these people don't qualify. As per our laws, it's not anybody else's. The dictates that govern the way we go about these things say, when somebody has exhibited these antisocial qualities, they should not. People who clearly cannot determine what is public property and theirs, and treat public property as their own. We are a country that decided that inductees in the ICC, this is a legal issue here, okay, are okay. They can actually stand, they can vie, okay? Now, there are very many things which, if you ask me, have been the foundation, the additional foundation to our political foundation that has taken us along this path that we are now seeing. Okay? So that when somebody whom I favor is in power, the things they do wrong, you sort of like gloss over and you sort of like say, well, it doesn't really matter. Somebody whom I don't particularly like, okay? Forget their policies, I just don't particularly like this person. How could they can't do anything right? It is something that we seem to have embraced. Now, what is it that makes me think that these younger people, when they get power, will be any better than the people whom we want to remove?
Have some faith, City. Have some faith.
I do have faith. That is why I'm saying what I'm saying.
And let this conversation that begins on 12th of August, I hope it's going to be very open. Tackle some of these issues. Let me tell you for a fact, and people have debated this in the recent times. The possible candidature of Matiang'i, for instance, is being seen from a Kisii perspective. Forget about this thing, Jubilee and whatnot, and so on we are talking. Let me tell you, you go to Kisii land, and there are people who belong to so many political formations, whether it's ODM or whatever, and so on and so forth, and you see very open oscillation between here and here and here and here, but ultimately, when push comes to a shove, they will see themselves as congregating around Matiang'i because of that. And he himself need to fight that. If you look at possible candidature of Gachagua, I mean, who doesn't know that his rallying call has been the people of the mountain? And we can go on and on and on and on and on. That's why I'm arguing. Unless we somehow come and operate above this, we are in trouble. And therefore, the formula I'm giving, I hope I can make it a very good formula, is that if you are Kisii, you can say it doesn't matter whether a non-Kisii becomes president. If you are Luya, you can say it doesn't matter whether a non-Luya becomes whatever. And then you can go back and ask yourself now, in the so-called united opposition, I hope it becomes united, who then becomes our best bet? Some people think it is Sifuna. I don't know.
Okay. Professor, shukran sana. Unfortunately, this is where we say kwaheri. But thank you so much because, you've injected what I would consider a different perspective as far as the formula that we are using. We have always been talking about it. It's just that I think you have put it, in my opinion, in a better phrase. And perhaps this is a conversation that we shall have some other time.
Thank you.
All right. Do stand by because in the next hour, which is the last one, kama kawaida sinawambianga, it promises to be the best one. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Advocate of the High Court Abdul Nasser has explained the controversy surrounding the late Samuel Charo Kirao, a former lawyer from Kilifi who converted to Islam in 2023. Nasser says questions arose during Kirao's burial over the validity of his conversion and whether he was of sound mind at the time, amid concerns about his mental capacity in his final days. Earlier this month, a Kilifi magistrate court dismissed a suit challenging the Islamic burial of the deceased man, finding that the evidence presented proved he had converted to Islam during his lifetime and was therefore entitled to be buried according to Islamic rites.
Samuel Charo Kirao, in 2023, converted to become a Muslim.
All right.
Yes, in his maturity age. Two issues arose during the burial. Number one, whether Samuel Charo Kirao was indeed converted as a Muslim in his rightful mind.
Okay.
Because the sunset days in his death, a lot of question arose in terms of the mental capacity of Samuel Charo Kirao. Yes, and the family made a lot of arguments in terms of the medical issues, whether this gentleman at the time of conversion was he in his rightful state of mind, because he had a lot of episodic events.
Yes.
Today he's okay,
tomorrow is not okay. There was no specific diagnosis. Okay. But some would say it's schizophrenia, a lot of the mental lapses. Okay. Let us call it that way.
Public Service Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruto has told ODM leaders to stop discussing the Deputy President's position as if it is vacant. Ruto said Deputy President Kithure Kindiki deserves respect as the holder of the country's second highest office. Speaking in Buri, Meru County, Ruto accused ODM leaders, including CS Wycliffe Oparanya, of undermining Kindiki through their continued public debate over the position.
Wewe Oparanya, ambao mnasema ati mnataka kiti ya naibu wa rais, kuna kiti ya Mudavadi ya Prime Cabinet Secretary, mkitaka chukua. Kuna kiti ya Speaker wa National Assembly, mkitaka chukua. Kuna kiti ya National ya Senate ya Speaker, mkitaka chukua. Kiti ya naibu wa rais wa taifa la Kenya haiko wazi. Kiti ya naibu wa taifa ya Kenya ni ya Professor Kithure Kindiki and nobody can touch us. Na tunasema kama ni chama ODM, hata sisi tuko tayari kuwa huko ndani ya hiyo chama, na tuendelee kusupport Daktari William Ruto.
A lawyer representing land petitioner Dave Walter Mburu has asked Parliament to recommend compensation of a disputed 1.5-acre piece of land in Kilimani. The lawyer told the National Assembly Lands Committee that the land cannot be recovered because it is now part of Department of Defense complex. He wants the land to be independently valued at the current market rate, with compensation paid for the 37 years the family has been denied access.
I will read verbatim as the chair as advised. The primary entitlement that would have recommended itself to us would have been restitution of the 1.5 acres. The petitioner, however, recognizes that the parcel has been consolidated into the Department of Defense complex and does not press a remedy that will disturb a national security, therefore is compensation. We pray that this committee considers payment to the estate of current open market value.
Spain is deploying troops to reinforce security in its North African territory of Ceuta after thousands of migrants crossed from Morocco by sea. At least 15 people drowned during the attempt as border controls reportedly collapsed, prompting local officials to seek assistance from Madrid. The move comes after Spain's Supreme Court ruled that migrants intercepted while trying to reach Ceuta or Melilla cannot be immediately returned to Morocco. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? Luis Rudasingo Besema, insightful conversation. I absolutely agree. Then someone else has asked a question here. Sorry. That is Catherine Mohatia. Could you define young? Let me see if I can define it. Young is someone who's not old. Yeah. Yeah, that is something that would definitely earn me a slap if I was in front of my English teacher. But welcome to Radio Generation. It is now 8 minutes past 9 o'clock on www.radiogeneration.co.ke. We are also live on our YouTube channel, that is Radio Generation Kenya. We are also live on our Facebook, Radio Generation Kenya. On X, it is at Radio Gen KE. We're also live on the website, and like I said, 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 Mombasa, 89.5 in Garissa. Wacha nione kama kuna watu watasalimika hapa. Willis Juma saying good morning RG family. President Ruto's state address had no impact. Those speeches were supposed to be done by the Minister for Planning. Yes. Now, this is the thing. Did it have zero impact? Can we really say? Can we honestly say that the president said nothing? To be honest, can we actually, like, put politics aside, put emotions aside? Can we actually honestly said that in the 20 minutes that the president spoke, he said nothing? I don't believe so. He said a lot of things. He compared us to countries, and he said, for example, if I remember well, the GDP of per capita of Zimbabwe compared to us, to wametupita by about what? Ours is at 2,000, theirs is at 3,200, if I'm not wrong. So, was that factual? I don't know. I'll check. He also said something to do with Korea, South Korea. He also mentioned Japan in his conversation. He also mentioned Vietnam and other countries, Singapore, so on and so forth. So can we really say that the president said nothing? No, we cannot say. But the question is, did you, as the Kenyan who was listening to him, or the one who watched him, or if you read his speech later, the point that I would ask is, after all is said and done, did you capture anything that you can say that kuna kitu ya maana hapo uliona? Yes, that is what you need to be. That is, for me, the question that we need to be understanding, or rather asking ourselves. So some of the highlights in that particular special national address was a new national vision. And he said that Kenya will develop a new long-term development charter to succeed Vision 2030, anchored in the 2010 Constitution and driven by the aspirations of all Kenyans. Vision 2030 ilikuwa anchored on what? The previous constitution. Sindio? But did it make sense even as we have a new constitution? I believe it did. Then he said, number 2, learning from the past. What did he mean by that? He said Kenya missed previous global waves of transformation compared to nations like South Korea, China, Vietnam, Bangladesh. He said that we must do things differently to unlock our full potential. I would say that is common sense. That is my opinion. Common sense, why? Because if we have been doing things during Kibaki's time, and they never, actually, forget Kibaki, let's go back to Moi. If we did things during Moi's time and nothing changed, then we did it during Kibaki's time, nothing changed. And we did it during Uhuru's time, nothing changed. Has he probably tried to do something different and it has worked or it has failed? I would say that maybe he has. He has introduced taxes, Wakenya wakamtukana, wakamuita kaongo, kasongo. But kwa swali nyeti ni, hizo vitu alikuwa nafanya, was he learning from the same past he's talking about, City?
You know, the thing that is difficult to determine is what the thought of an individual is, especially a politician.
Yes.
But what you can do, you can infer. You can look at what the person says, and then you judge it against what they are doing. And that requires a bit of time. When you've seen the utterances, you've looked at what they've done, and you piece them together and ask yourself the simple question: what really is this person seeking to do? Okay? Mm-hmm. The politicians that we have and people who aspire to be politicians learn from each other. And what they do without fail is they all make promises.
Very true.
But President William Ruto made promises that we had never heard of before. And the extent to it, the enormity of those promises had never been experienced.
Very true.
Something was lacking, though, in those promises. Okay? What was lacking was the reality of what it meant, even when he uttered a time period within which they would be achieved. 6 months, a year, whatever. But I didn't
by July.
I didn't hear of a promise that spelled in 3 years' time. Never had one.
Okay.
This one will be done in the last year. Last year of the 5-year period. So there was an immediacy to the promise, to the promises, and so there was an immediacy in the expectations.
Me have a question. Why now? Why did he choose to tell us about this new vision now? Why am I asking this question? Is because considering that he is hoping to have 2 terms, I would say that this is something that he should have introduced towards the end of his period, but second term, if Kenyans actually agree with him. Because the one thing that is coming from this blueprint, that, or rather, this, it's actually a 10 agenda, 10 points. It's not the 10-point agenda, but this 10 points is the fact that unatupatia blueprint, and yet hii yenye tulikupatia tu tufanyie hizi miaka 5 hujaweza kudeliver. Kutimiza, asanti. So someone would be asking, why are you telling us the way you will take us? For example, let me use the Singapore narrative. Why are you telling us that you will take us to Singapore, yet the initial promise of getting us to Mombasa is unfulfilled? We are barely, hata hatujafika Mutito Wande, tuko maybe Salama. Hata Salama, no, acha nirudi nyuma kidogo. Tuko pale Chumvi, Machakos, Nairobi Junction. So, me as a Kenyan, that is the question I would ask. Why now?
So let me ask you a question. If we were given the details, and that's why I told me I'm going to read this thing.
Yes.
Forget what is being said. Because that may have been a preamble to what it is that will be contained in the details.
Yes.
What happens if the details of this particular Vision 2060, as it's being called now, within it are contained some of the promises, some of the charter, some of the everything that was there in the promises in it, and they are now given a certain time period within which one could be able to do them.
Yeah.
I'm speculating, okay? What if that is the plan and you simply give it a different garment so that you say, look, this is a plan that goes beyond the tenure of my office? Because that's what a 2060 would mean. So you are actually being given a picture of something that goes well beyond the 10-year tenure of this particular presidency. So, pertinent to your question, why now? Yeah, simple answers.
Yeah.
We have elections next year.
Yes, indeed we have. And that's a very good answer, because it is actually the right answer in this context. But me, again, my argument is, I wish the president would have said, and he kind of did, but he didn't really. I think he should have really taken time to tell us what he has done as president, what he feels he can do in the remaining 1 year, and where he feels he has failed, and perhaps tell us what really failed him. That, for me, last night would have been, perhaps even he would have bought a lot of people that perhaps were not on his side onto his side. Akuja seme, cheki, nilikuanga nimewaambia nitawapatia sanitary towels, for example, nitawapatia gas ya 300 kwa mfano, na mambo mengine mengi, na the reason why sijaweza kuwapatia ni because of this and this and this, and I shall be able to achieve it in this particular period of time, or even as we move forward, that is how I'm going to achieve it. But as long as that has not been done, if I'm being honest, hiyo kidogo mimi ninaona ni kama kidogo ilikuanga kizungumkuti. But that is just me as Paul Mongala Mbuvi. I don't know what Kenyans are thinking in their infinite wisdom. Let's get into the conversation for 9 o'clock. With us in studio is our guest. We want to talk about oversight, accountability, and of course political realignment and the roadmap towards next year. Senator wa Migori County akona sisi hapa. He's also the Senate Deputy Minority Whip. That is Honorable Eddie Okech. Mahesh, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, bro.
Uko salama sana?
Tunashukuru.
Tumeshukuru pia umeweza kukua na sisi wakati huu.
Ndio.
Umetupata tukiongelelea kile rais alisema jana. What do you make of that speech that he made yesterday?
It's just a State of the Nation address, you know, which is a routine address, and it is also an update of what has been going on in the country.
Did you say routine?
Yeah, it should be routine in the sense that there is a requirement, actually by law, that he should be able to update citizens. If you look at Article 132 of the Constitution, if I'm not wrong, he should be able to update the citizens in a certain cadence, sometimes through Parliament. That's why sometimes you find that in the Houses of Parliament, Senate and the National Assembly, huwa tunakaa joint sessions. At least that just one moment. But if he doesn't do it there, he can also do it in State House or any other place that he wishes to. So I think it's just an update, a consolidated update, if I may, of everything that has been happening in the country. But I also think that it's important to note that any leader will then use it to cast their vision into the future. Of course, the future now is 1 year long. It was also ambitious to look at post 2027, which I think is something commendable. But yeah, it's just a routine update that you get snippets here and there during political conversations in different rallies. But this was a little bit more formal.
Did you feel like there was accountability in that speech?
It's a very tough question because, as I said, the question of accountability, is a question of perhaps Q&A. What we're doing now is what we call accountability. In the sense that media houses, the citizens will then listen and then be able to question a number of things that were said right or wrong. That becomes the accountability lab because any leader would try and show good side of what they've done. But I think that the most important thing is that after the speech, then this is the chance for the citizen to engage in terms of holding him to account. He can't. Sometimes many leaders don't hold themselves to account. I mean, few try to. But that's why we've got the fourth estate. That's why we have got different civil societies that work in most of our countries. That's why we have got politicians, in parliament to be able to hold the executive to account.
Someone was asking me actually in a forum, in a WhatsApp group that we were, that Gachagua held his own brief presser during the day, and he sort of preempted what was going to be said. And true to that, tuliona kidogo ni kama whatever Gachagua said was seen last night. So someone was asking, is there a mole in State House? Or are these guys in cahoots?
The president's address is not supposed to be something that is secretive, right? It's not supposed to be something that you are launching something like a business or something like that, where you're expecting some serious secrets. The president's address is an accumulation of everything he has been saying, and the posture he has been having. So even me, I would predict to some extent, not entirely, because of course people choose what go into a conversation. But I believe that if you've got a good president, you should be able to actually predict the thought of the mind of the president. Because he's not coming from mass and coming to address us that, I went to mass and this is what I saw, this is what I saw. He's a gentleman that has been around us all the time. We see him in churches, we see him in different gatherings. And therefore, the thought processes are formed, and if you're sophisticated enough in the political realm, you can actually be able to predict what. Even when I go to Migori, I think that Migori people can predict what I'll say. I've got stance on the issues around the governance of Migori County. I said them in Parliament. Yesterday I was in Parliament with my governor. He was appearing before me. There are things I hold very strongly. I've got programs that I'm running in terms of development programs. I've got other things that I'm doing. I'm running a CAP that is starting next week. So if I say that I'm going to address the people of Migori tomorrow, anybody can predict my mind.
People thought perhaps he's going to do a cabinet reshuffle, maybe move a few PSs from here to there. Even the issue of Deputy President Kindiki had appeared somewhere. Watu walikuwa wanasema ana announce resignation ya Kindiki alafu tusikie ni Oparanya. There were all these conversations going on.
So if it didn't happen, then it doesn't really because in the world of digital engagement, everybody has got a thought. By the way, digital engagement has really democratized our governance space and the political space, and I love it when I see like people engage. This is why I like some of these shows that I come to. We used to be with CT. I used to be a regular guest of CT in Spice.
Mbona uliacha kumfuata huku?
Unajua leo ndio ameniita.
Hajakuwa akipita.
You're asking why didn't I invite him and you can see him?
A year later.
No, but he had to cook it well. We had some good conversations. But, but these are the spaces. By the way, you should not underestimate the contribution you make in the nation. Because I watch all your material, I watch all your guests when they come here. There's a lot of democratized space for us to be able to engage and talk about issues. And because of that, then you allow every mind. Some people preempt this, some people talk about that, some people talk about, and it's good. It's healthy for the country. It's only that where I sit as Eddie Okech, because I've got more responsibility, I am an employee of the people of Migori. I've been voted in. Therefore, my employer is a particular section of people that I must respect to the extent that I cannot be talking about non-factual things that I cannot be able to substantiate.
All right.
So to the extent that is true, you will find us a little bit, limited to what we can be able to preempt on some things, unless it is factually given.
No problem.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit too, because in earlier on you met your governor yesterday.
Yes. My governor was appearing before the Senate Committee of Finance and Budget, which is where I also sit actually. Maybe you might not know, because right now we're in a certain moment where people feel like people who are opposing the government are under a purge in Senate.
Okay.
To the extent that you hear that somebody, if there is a reshuffle here and there of committees, as we don't feature. Because of the stand we've taken that we're supporting broad-based government up until 2027, as Baba told us. So you find that I'm in committee of CPAC, and I'm in CPIC, and I'm in committee of roads and transport. I'm the chair, and I am the vice chair in the other one. And I'm a member of finance and budget. So he was appearing in finance and budget.
All right.
Where we were looking at PPRA. Whether there is compliance with the procurement.
What is PPRA, Mheshimiwa?
This is you look at something called procurement and public asset disposal requirement and regulations. So how are you doing your procurement in the county? And if there are any public assets, how are you disposing them? Are you doing them illegally? Are you doing them chini ya maji?
Or using the procedure that is laid out?
Using the procedure that is laid out. There has been a complaint on a number of counties, including my own county, whether they have been complying. And I've been following this, tracking this from 2022, when we came in 2023, 2024, 2025. And there are a number of indices that the procurement processes are not being followed correctly. And some of these things, there is proper laid regulations and procedures that somebody should be able to follow. So you'll find a number of governments having different excuses, or maybe the portals have not been working well, or they don't have capacity of staff enough. But sometimes it becomes an excuse of mischief, because it can lead to serious voiding of payments. So for instance, you can get that CT has done a job, and that job that he did with his company has been used to get money from COB. That is control of budget. They approve the budget when you write to them that I'm going to pay CT. But control of budget is not attached to IFMIS and IB. So once they've given you approval, what you're going to do in IB and IFMIS is done in trust. That COB trust that you're going to do what you've just said you're going to pay CT. So most of these governors, when they go now to IB,
they don't pay.
They pay somebody else.
Oh, so instead of paying CT, they pay me.
Yeah, they pay you, and maybe you didn't even do that tender. You get, so it's called voiding. So that voiding is a big problem in many counties, my county included. So those kind of things. There is also tender variations. Tender has been approved here. For instance, we've got some programs that are being done with the special purpose account.
What is a special purpose account?
Special purpose accounts are accounts that have been created out of CRA. Let me tell you what CRA is. CRF. CRF is County Revenue Fund, and then we've got Consolidated Fund. Those are the two accounts that should be running ordinarily officially from government.
Okay.
But you see, there are some monies that come to us. For instance, monies that have come from, let's say, grants by international community that have come into the consolidated fund, and then the government wants to give them to the counties as additional revenue allocation to do specific projects. I'll give you one good example is something called FLOCA. FLOCA is a project that was designed with our partners abroad to be able to make sure that there is climate intervention. But they want it to be done in the grassroots, not by the national government. Because that is a particular amount of money, then you'll find that there's a special purpose account created by the National Treasury to make sure that that money can not go to CRF direct. It does the project direct. So there's accountability by the two governments. There's concurrence looking into the two governments working on it. So the county government of the Migori will implement it and will also get to pay the people there. But all the design and everything is done nationally and then tendering is done huko chini. So utafika huko, ukifika huko chini unapata kwamba there is variation of those BQs huko chini. Ile ilitumwa huko juu, there's an excuse kwamba there was some approaching roads that need to be done here for this project. We have varied this tender. So if you did not update them in the PPRA, then there will be some stealing of money. And then and because sometimes also the suppliers are also required to update what they also did. Like right now, there is the electronic use of where suppliers and contractors must be able to apply from one common system. Some of them also navigate that path, of cheating the system. So if I was the governor of Migori and there's somebody who has cheated the system and is my supplier, I should be able to do a debarment of that kind of supplier so that the next time they don't get a tender. So if I get that somebody has been cheating the system, and you give him tender all and over and over and over, then it means that you as a governor, you don't have responsibility that you're supposed to take to make sure that there's no stealing of money and punishing that kind of supplier. So there's many of those kind of things. The last thing is that where this irregularities have happened, especially on those special purpose account, what I expect from national government is that they should not be able to release further funding for some of those programs. One of them also is the equalization fund. You have heard about the equalization fund, isn't it?
Yes.
They've got a special purpose account in the National Treasury. So if a governor has colluded with maybe the county commissioner to vary some tenders and not do the right procurement processes, then I would expect that the National Treasury will not release the next bit of some project from that special purpose account to a particular county that is not meeting this kind of efforts. So that's why my governor was appearing before me and our committee yesterday.
But, Senator, this becomes an issue only when the money is released, is it not?
Yes,
because if the money is not released, and the procedure that you've spoken of very clearly is followed, then the money should not be released. But it becomes an issue when money is actually given, when somebody has already shown clearly that they are not abiding by what they should do.
I get you, but you see, variations can happen in different places. You get so I've given a good example of what happens with COB, the control of budget. The control of budget is mandated to qualify, your requisition. You do a requisition to the control of budget that I'm going to do X, Y, Z.
And I need so much.
And under Article 225 of the Constitution, this is required that they need to authorize you when you have given them all the documentation to their confidence. But you see, and that process, they are giving you the authority to go and use the money before the prayer is done.
But they do not have any say on the releasing of the money.
Exactly. This is the problem.
So when you're talking about possible collusions, then it means people who work within Treasury should also have fingers pointed at, because
exactly. That's perfectly said, because they're the ones who are controlling IFMIS. They're the ones who are seeing IB. By the way, even as senators, sometimes people kill us that we don't do oversight. But the truth is, even us, we don't have access to IFMIS and IB, internet banking, that then they used for release of this money. So there's a lot of voiding and a lot of thuggery that is happening there.
But the Auditor General has got that.
The Auditor General has, but after the fact. You know, you will be given submissions. There is something called approver 1 and approver 2. When you're going to now load the payments.
Yes.
Okay. The approver 1 is the county CEC of finance. You know, if you look at the County Governments Act, it is put in such a way that the CEC in charge of finance in a county is kind of like the owner of the pen, the person who does the approvals that goes there. Then approver 2 is the chief officer under him.
Okay.
And those are the ones who have got, a bird's eye view position on what is going on in those accounts. So even the Auditor General does not have access to that. The institution depends on the feedback that has been given in terms of a report by these people. Okay. We call it them county treasury. They will give that we paid this person, we paid this person, we paid this person. So how then do senators know that there is thuggery?
It's authentic, yeah.
Yes. So the senators will come and look at the reports that you gave the Auditor General and the request that you gave the COB. When we're doing our oversight work. Because they must be able to show that whatever you requested for here is what you gave there, isn't it? But see, the problem is the Auditor General will be doing this at the end of the year.
Okay.
So it will be...
So the cases you handle are historical.
Exactly. There are two problems. Sometimes when we talk about these complex things, people don't understand them online because people like simplistic talking, isn't it? But I like this show because CT always pushes me to talk about these specific areas. There are two problems. One is that the audit cycle is an annual cycle, but the consumption cycle is a rolling basis. Every single day there is request
it's recurrent.
It's recurrent. You see. So by the time the Auditor General will be doing all the audits, first of all, the time has already been stretched out. But then they had a second problem. Me as a senator, I cannot touch on reports that the National Assembly has not proven to be, true as to the Auditor General's reports. You see. So the Auditor General will do their work, and then they send them to the National Assembly. National Assembly must approve those audited reports. So you'll find that the Auditor General has done all their work. We have got about 12,000 institutions in the country. 12,000 right now. There were about 13,000 institutions of public governance that they audit. It's a lot of work. Hao wataenda wafanye kazi yao. When they finish, they send it to National Assembly. They are up to date. Auditor General is up to date. But the National Assembly, because as we don't do with the money bills and money attached things, are in the 2020-21 financial year washa approve.
Ngoja kidogo. Saizi vitu National Assembly na approve ni vitu za 2021.
Ndio washa approve. Sasa tubaka 2022 ijakuwa approved. 2024 ijakuwa approved. 2025 ijakuwa approved. So this is a crisis in the country. Are you seeing? And that's why you see as senators, we're always frustrated. Because even when we're dividing money, if you look at our constitution, under Article 203 of the constitution, it says that the revenue between national government and county governments will be on the basis of the last audited financial reports by National Assembly that have been approved by the National Assembly. The last audited reports of the Auditor General that have been approved by the National Assembly. So the money that comes with the counties is based on 2021 audit cycle, not on 2025. Because 2025 we have got increased revenue, isn't it?
Si 2022 bado ndio tulikuwa na COVID hapa tunangangana tunayo.
But imagine. Na sasa year 2022, unajua every year the government collects more ordinary taxes, isn't it? So when you're going to give counties money based on 2021 revenue, ambao government will collect, it means that our counties are also not getting their fair share. And the audit cycle also, I cannot be able to approach these people, right, and say I want to go and deal with audit cycles of 2025, for instance. When the Auditor General has done them, the report is there, but they have not been approved by.
So the reason for this.
By Parliament.
So the reason for this is because there's too much backlog, or the National Assembly is too busy, or
I don't want to bastardize the other house, but the truth is, this is the primary job of Parliament. They must approve these audited reports to make our work easiest.
Why are they not doing it?
I mean,
they do it.
They do it, but they just do it slowly.
Because remember, even if you were to action the Auditor General's report,
yes,
and there was some criminality observed,
yes,
without Parliament approving it,
yes,
no action can actually be taken.
Yeah, but by the way, us in the Senate, we have decided to actually go ahead and still look into those audited reports, look at the queries that the Auditor General has been able to raise with regards to malicious things that are happening in the counties, as we are doing them. For all counties, we still go to those reports and take them and say, last year they brought this and brought this. But where you have found a governor culpable, we cannot punish the governor. We will go to EACC and we'll go to DCI and perhaps approach the office of the ODPP to initiate a prosecution. But we know that there's going to be a hurdle. Somebody will say, but this thing is an Auditor General report, but is it approved?
But can we get special approval?
That's not in the Constitution. It's not in the Constitution.
It's just a process. Yeah. You see, if you look at it, it's actually a good safeguard. You know why? If there was no Parliament to oversight what the Auditor General, or to look at in detail what the Auditor General has recommended, or what they have presented as their report, then again, you could impute that perhaps there is wrongdoing that passes by without scrutiny.
Yes.
Now, you see, and once Parliament is through with it, then it goes to the Senate. So you could also argue that this thing actually gets some very serious vetting.
Yeah.
So that by the time you are hearing people being summoned and being questioned, it isn't flippant.
Exactly.
It is something that has gone through. It's like a filter system that it has gone through.
Yes.
And that is why it arrives at this place where now, but these governors of ours also. Do you find as a rule that governors are cooperative, yes, that they cooperate well with the Senate when they are summoned, or do you find that there's always resistance?
The latter is true. Resistance, because no one is comfortable with scrutiny.
Why not?
if you're doing the right thing,
if you're doing the right thing,
a public office by its very nature.
Actually,
yes.
I would say that some governors are very cooperative. To be fair with some governors, but a few of them, most of them are very uncomfortable, if I may use that word. Yeah.
And what is it that causes the discomfort? I thought they are the ones in charge of their counties and they should know what happens in their counties. Why are they uncomfortable? And all you are doing is actually not accusing them. You are
looking at the Auditor General report.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
And you're saying there's a query here.
Yeah.
Now, since the query is about you, can you, because the government doesn't go there alone. They go with their people also.
Kumbuki kuna governor alipotea huko Senate wewe. Wana city anajifanya ni kama ajui story.
Bro, the guy may have been unwell, for all you know.
Wengi wao.
Kuna jamaa alikuja Senate na akapotea.
Na wengine wanakimbia hata. We have been seeing some people run. But City, I was in Obina's show, and I told Obina that we are in a certain world where simple conversations are defining a generation. Where complex conversations are not the ones that we want. As a simple question of, politics is very toxic in the sense that bad manners defines what politics is. There's a lot of stigma in politics. Even young people like us who have gotten into politics, we found without stigma. For instance, you find that if you look at National Assembly, we have got 349 MPs. And then in the Senate, we have got 68 senators. That is 47 elected. 47 elected and then
21.
We have 67. 47 elected and 20 nominated. And so is the National Assembly.
Yes.
We've got elected members 290, and then we have got 47 women reps, and then we have got the 12 nominated. Now, when there are 5 or 10 people who are just bad-mannered, corrupt, vulgar in public in terms of even their language and the use of bad language in public, or even sometimes you find that some of them are just keen on display of opulence, public display of opulence. The things that made Gen Z, rapture in 2024. The problem is, those few ones are the ones that people know, and maybe one or two good ones. That
it is because they're the loudest.
Because they're the loudest.
Yeah.
But you see, then you end up painting the entire
Senate,
parliament with the same brush of these are just bad people. I challenged Rani Mutumishi. I told him, mention for me just 50 MPs that you know, their full names and their constituency, and then I'll give you my entire month's salary. They could not go beyond 5. They could not go beyond 5. And this is the problem in the country. So some of us who are doing a lot of work in parliament, people don't know the work we do. You see, and I wish that there's more public engagement, because what City, I said that because what City has said, that multi-layered process of making sure that there are checks and balances is actually happening in parliament. Do you know that we have gone through thousands of reports in this entire country to look at what we call WSPs, all water service providers, in my committee as a senator. The entire last 3 years, something that has barely happened, because before we came to Senate, PAC, which is the Committee on Public Accounts Committee, was looking at all issues in the county. And then we said, if you're looking at all issues in the county and you're one committee, you get so tired, you cannot go to the specific investments that do affect the life of Kenyans. Water service provision has been terrible in places. You find that there is a water service, there's Travevo in Taita Taveta, there is Miwasco in Migori, there is Nyeri Water, all Tanahathi, all these people. You look at them, nobody has ever looked at their audited reports the entire time of parliament. CPIC, where I sit with the Senator Osotsi, as my chair, of course right now he has been removed from that committee, and I've also been removed from that committee. Although mine was not as public, because I'm not in the I'm supporting broad-based, so nobody say that I've been removed from that committee. The other guys can get political capital on it. But the truth is, the last 3 years, we've done a lot of work, including at night, sitting with all governors, looking at all those water provision, whether they're giving clean water. The hospitals in this country, we have audited all the hospitals in the country.
But hawa tu maji bado.
Ya maji tumemaliza. Tumemaliza za hospitali. Kama Nairobi, we've got about 164 health facilities that we have looked into them one by one. Do they have medical equipment? Are they implementing FIF? FIF is a Facility Improvement Fund. Is the money going to those hospitals leaking out or staying there to help patients get drugs? Is there a proper asset register in these hospitals? You look at detailed issues. All municipalities in this country, we have looked all into all of them. I want to think about all municipalities. In Migori alone, we have got 4. We have got Rongo, Migori, Awendo, and Keancha. We have looked at how are the boards of those municipalities constructed. Are they, having financial autonomy? Are they having operational autonomy? Is there fiduciary responsibility to government? To the extent that the money that is being raised by those municipalities, is there an agency relationship between them and the county government? To the extent that money is going back to offer service and money is remaining in the municipalities to offer service. All our cities, even now we want to confer a city status to Thika, right? Because it's a municipality that has been working so well. You find that in one of the reports that we're working on, they are done solarized street lights up to 2,500 in one city. In one municipality, because it's not a city yet. To the extent that you find the movement of people working just closest to Nairobi, moving to Thika, because there is sidewalks that have been built in those places. There is a dam that they just put together that is doing about 70 million liters of water every year, supplying water to about 100,000 households. Now, about 300,000 people are staying in Thika City. I keep calling it city because we are going to confine it.
So Thika has a mayor.
No, it's not a mayor. It's a board of municipality that runs that board under Urban Areas and Cities Act.
Given what you people do, can that board be transferred to Nairobi?
Nairobi also as a city as its own board.
I'm saying, can they move?
To make Nairobi better.
Yes.
No, the people of Nairobi must get their own people to run the city. So I'm telling you, all those details are not coming out because we're doing them. Most of the work of Parliament happens in committees. People just see what we do in plenary. But we are doing a lot of work in committees.
Okay.
And people don't know. So if you get 2 bad-mannered senators and 3 bad-mannered MPs, you don't appreciate the work that some of us are doing.
What senator will tell you to do, nyinyi wenye mnafanya kazi mzuri. Kujeni hapa tutawapatia nafasi muongee. Otherwise musipo tutawapatia wale wanaongeanga vibaya, wenye wanavuta shisha, wenye wanaendesha magari kubwa kubwa na wanatutukana. Hao tu ndio watu onekana. And you know they also have their own platforms,
Yes.
And there's nothing much you can do about
That's
that.
True. That's true.
Mambo ya ODM nimeona mnasema nothing short of deputy president.
Yeah, true. If you're going to be in a coalition.
I thought you were already in one.
No, coalition process is just beginning, where there are a few names that have been sent to our principals, to be able to sit as experts and look at what would be the nature of the coalition.
Yes,
if we were to get into a coalition, and that would include the TORs, and the terms for that coalition.
Yes.
So in those terms, one of them that is very critical is that it doesn't matter who in ODM. An ODM
is a running mate
person must be the running mate. Na tulikuwa tumewarn Kindiki kitambo sana kama unataka kukua running mate hii,
but kuna wakati Daktari Oburu alikuwa amesema no, them they just want power, it doesn't necessarily mean the DP's
no
position.
I think at that time maybe it was a slip of the tongue or lack of consultation. Sometimes it happens. And by the way, I'm on record. I criticized him. As my leader, I told him you cannot talk people out of power and you're saying you're taking them to power. And power is not the primary reason why you go to these leadership positions. You go to leadership positions to serve the people. Are you getting it? And therefore you must get a formula that gives you the best service of the people, because development, the ultimate source of development is always government. So that he perhaps he had gone too far on a rally, but it hadn't been ratified in an ODM process that Baba Raila Odinga used to do, which is now what we are doing now. You must send people to a table, and as you send them to a table, you must sit with the people of ODM in all possible people-centered assemblies. So that you talk to them. This is what we want to do. This is the engagement we want to have. And then after that, then you can make such pronouncements.
Eddie, surely, brother.
Yes, my senior.
Politicians don't go into politics primarily to serve people. That's what they tell people. It's important you talk about it, and even when you are in a position that you've been elected to, it's important that everything you say is prefaced by the people, and you must also end it with the people. Because that would be failing your duty if the people, just the mention of the people was not part and parcel of everything that you say. You see, when we talk about bad manners, I never refer to it as bad manners because it is not bad manners. Theft is not bad manners.
It is.
Theft is a crime that is being committed.
That's true.
And these are not bad-mannered people. They are criminals.
Yes.
You see?
I agree.
Yes. When you say bad-mannered, it is somebody peeing in public, a man, usually the ones who do that.
Yes.
Yes. Okay? Somebody who is talking to you and they are coughing in your face, that's bad manners.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Somebody who finds you eating and you know him and just takes your plate and continues eating without even asking you.
That's bad manners.
That's bad manners. When people use resources that are meant for the general public, those are crimes of a specific nature. In fact, they are often called crimes against humanity because those resources then cause problems for a very large number of people.
And a very long time.
Yes. Who did not need to have those problems because the money to help them was allocated. But these people decide they were going to allocate it to themselves. But that is really an aside. When a politician talks about being someone who is politically minded and has the people at heart, in your experience, what do they need to do to demonstrate this thing that they say, that they have their people at heart. What is it demonstrably that you can look at and say, Kweli, this person has the interest of his people at heart?
A number of things, because a politician doesn't do one thing. They do a lot of things. For instance, if I glean moral from Raila Amolo's book of political life, right? One of the things that you can say he demonstrated that he had people's,
Interest
at heart, is that from the time that he lived, he fought for a democratic space that could be able to fit some of us. Now, some of us are being told, we were not there, but some of us are being told that when you are growing up, even just dreaming about the death of a president was a crime. And you could get into big problem.
It was treasonous.
It was treasonous, isn't it?
Yes.
And today you've got a democratic space where you can say anything about anyone, about any president, and it's not criminal.
Yes.
That freedom was fought for by somebody who had you at heart, and we see it with Raila Odinga. It may not be a development project, but it is a human rights, a fundamental human rights.
Eddie, it's a development project of the highest order.
It is.
Yes.
Not in the sense of people what people see as objectified, development, but it's a human development.
You see, the quantification that we refer to as development,
it's a wrong one.
Yes, it is what someone does, one, to the minds of people to take them to a higher plane of possibilities.
I agree.
In the Moi era, the idea of multipartyism was not something
you could dream about.
It wasn't feasible. In fact, someone like Raila Odinga would go to public forums and people would leave because they did not want to be associated with
him.
Yes, they were afraid. They were afraid that they might actually get arrested.
As a young kid, and then becoming a teen, I started interacting with Raila's politics, like I could grasp now at around 203, when there was the 202 elections and other kind of things. You could see it was still hazy in our heads.
Rainbow Coalition.
We were very young. It was hazy in our head on what is going on in the country. But that's why we started interacting with Raila kind of thought of politics. And then the idea of constitutionalism comes in place. The idea of constitutionalism, I'm giving you another example now. You find that this one now I went through. If I wanted to get any service, things like even a simple thing as getting an ID, the place where my parents would want to get even a birth certificate was not even in our villages. It was in Kisumu. I come from Migori County.
Yes.
You have to get your things from Kisumu.
You're talking almost 200 kilometers away.
Yes. Kisumu. And then there is all these government services that all of them were in Nairobi. I remember, us being carried to come when there was a need for passport. You come all the way to Nairobi. You've Pandad survival bus. Mnakuja huku. There is no good roads and everything. But Raila's thought was that, is there a possibility that we can decentralize these resources? And decentralize this power. Of course, there are other people, among them, good politicians who also supported this cause, that brought about devolution.
Yes.
If you look at Schedule 4 of the Constitution, the way it is crafted, I believe that it actually decentralizes all the resources for all the basic needs of human life.
Okay.
All the basic needs, from health, to agriculture, to water, to ECD, to technical institutions that are of higher learning, like the polytechnics. Every single thing that constitutes what we call a basic human need was taken to the county governments. Now the problem is, the money is going, and we fight for that money as senators to go to all our governors, but some governors have just devolved the corruption into the grassroots, which is now a new challenge that we must be able to now deal with, right? But it does not negate the fact that the fight for that decentralization of power and resources to the people has had a ripple effect on our economy has been able to grow and given more opportunity to people in the grassroots. That's just an example. So
I'm in agreement with you, because if people, we were talking about this in an earlier hour.
Yes.
The question we will ask is, who should we vote for?
Yes.
And I'm of the opinion I should ask, what am I voting for?
Exactly.
This person, what do they represent?
Yes.
Because the what question begins with, one, that person's capacity to actually consult.
Yes.
That person's capacity to try and ensure that their voter, their constituency is constantly being educated as to what is actually theirs by right.
Yes.
And what they should actually expect.
Exactly.
and then teaching them about how to hold their leaders to account. The people who will be held to account, the vast majority choose the easy path of seeking not to be held to account. And those are the ones you normally find surrounded by goons, because these are people who, by their very nature and by the functions that they've allocated for themselves, repress such things. Yes.
Someone is asking me if you had beef with Sifuna, na kama beef bado iko.
With Sifuna? Edwin Sifuna?
Yes.
Edwin Sifuna, people don't know.
Yeah.
Edwin Sifuna has been my friend for, I think now going to probably 10-11 years. Because Edwin Sifuna and I worked very closely in Baba's circle. Of course, we knew Baba from different sides. He has been an SG and in the wings of Baba for some time before I left college. But I met Baba when I was I was studying in South Africa when I was in high school in South Africa. That's around 2010. And Baba had a way of having a relationship with different people, personal and public. And so I started off as Baba's, note taker in one of his private meetings with a gentleman called Dr. Adua Witi.
Okay.
He used to
by note taker, you mean you'd take notes in a meeting?
Yes, but in a very exclusive meeting. Okay. That was Adua Witi, a gentleman called Oduoro Ngwen, and his advisor called Professor Edward Oyugi.
Okay.
So I would be invited into those small circle and he would just walk with me.
Please tell Paul that Professor Edward Oyugi comes from the same
county as myself.
Yes.
One of the best minds that we've ever had in this country. He was running something called SWORDNET and World Social Forum.
Actually, the man taught me in university.
Man, you went through a good hand.
Yes, he taught me.
That is one of the people who drew the democracy that you see in ODM today. So through that, I interacted with Sifuna very, very loosely.
Okay.
And then now towards the 2017 election, Baba gave me more responsibilities at international level. These people don't know. With very humble soul. I've never wanted to claim this Baba narrative.
Okay.
Because I feel like he left at the worst time.
Okay.
As a country. And I'm still reeling in pain. By the way, the people who went to bring him, if you look at the elected people who went to bring him,
yes,
it was only me and Sifuna who went to bring Baba from India.
Yeah.
So hao watu wengine walitoka wapi?
No, the other ones have like unajua tuko na watu wa serikali, tuko na masias ambao walienda
kama elected leaders ni wewe tunasifuna.
Na Sifuna, apart from of course Honorable Ruto Odinga, who was there already when Baba died in India.
Okay.
And me and Sifuna were with Baba. I went there. I was actually the one who was told to pray for Baba to come back home. I've never told this story. Perhaps I've never had the energy to, because I'm still in so much pain after Baba's death. There's a lot of things he taught me. But I was trying to tell you that among elected senators that we have, with a lot of humility, perhaps there is no one now who ever traveled with Baba abroad to set up diplomatic agenda of this country and diplomatic resources than I did. I've never said that in public. I've never claimed.
Okay.
Right? So I was working with Baba on a more global level, and Sifuna was working with Baba on a more party structure and local level.
Okay.
And then now we became close. That's how we became close with Sifuna. So when 2027 election came and it was 2017 election came and it was rigged, we now worked with Sifuna even closer.
Okay.
Actually, we were the people who built what we called the People's Assembly. If you remember that ended up swearing in Baba.
Yes.
It was Sifuna, myself, David Ndi, Senator Amida, a brother of mine called Norman Magaya, and Olekina, the older Olekina. Okay. There is a Commissioner Olekina, the brother to Olekina.
Okay.
We were the ones who were in that committee that you see many people claimed that they are the ones who are building that movement, the NRM movement. People don't know the back story.
Okay.
So we worked together. We traveled with Sifuna together to South Africa to go and look at how ANC is structured and works together, and he became a very good friend of mine. I am telling you up to now, Sifuna remains a very good friend of mine, and there's no beef.
Okay.
And even if you call him, he will tell you some of the wars we fought in that Senate.
Yes.
During the Sufria movement, we fought so many wars and so many battles on the street with Sifuna. There's a picture of Sifuna that is trending when he's being tear gassed. And then there's like a young boy there. He's not a young boy. He was the senator of Migori. Right? Yeah. So some people say that, this young boy, who was he? But actually it was me.
Okay.
So there has never been beef. It's only that we are at a point where we have differed.
Politically.
on political principle, not on ideology. On political principles, which is okay, and I appreciate this kind of. This is why I say that the democratic space that we have is an important one. The political principle we are differing on here is the political principle that actually is a post-Gen Z political principle. Even the time that Gen Zs were affected by the finance bill and the country was affected by the finance bill, it was Sifuna and I, right, who actually held the Senate. Together with other leaders, of course, I don't want to demean the work that the senators did from our side, but the vocal people who actually pushed the agenda against the finance bill and standing with Gen Zs were us.
Okay.
We started differing in the post Baba and Ruto. I wouldn't call it a handshake.
Yes.
But a cooperation, right? Where Baba said that if it is better to have an unstable country and an imperfect government than having none at all, because we reach a point where we could have gone the direction of Libya or other countries that have collapsed under military states,
all right,
or other military governance, right? That fragility is where principles started shifting, because I actually strongly believe in what Baba said, that let us anchor this government, let us give it a chance for two things: to enable us maintain a democratic state until 2027, when we can change power. It is a distasteful thing to do, because it is not where you want to be as a popular leader who is leading the people against any government that is tough. But where we are, we could collapse a nation. Then number two, it will be unfair to sustain that government 2027 without it providing services to Kenyans while it's taking taxes from Kenyans. So Baba told us, okay, if one asks who told you, on this one, Baba told us that we must make sure that this government works for all Kenyans equitably. Because we're coming to anchor this government, we must make certain demands. Among those demands was against Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, who had started saying that the country is now run as a company, where if you're coming from Mulima, you look at your warus that you're brought into that table. If you're coming from the lake, you look at Omena, you're brought in that table. If you're coming from Meru, you look at Mira, that you're brought to that table. And that is what defines you in the table of national leadership. Baba said, no, we must stop that nonsense of, sharing things.
Shareholding.
And shareholding. Because how then would somebody in Turkana, who is also paying taxes, somebody in Mandera, do you know that in Mandera, even to see a tarmac road is a problem? Sifuna and I, by the way, before this split, went to Mandera. We took our chance to go to Mandera and go and look at our people in Mandera. We landed kwa vumbi. And these are county in Kenya. So Baba said we must force the hands of this government to ensure there is equitable distribution of resources.
Have you done that thing that Baba has told you to do?
Yes, and we are compelling the government to do as much distributive resources and usawa kwa watu wote as much as possible. So the split became that Sifuna held the view that this government, I can't do anything with it, and we cannot even sustain it. We just must go ahead with the to-go narrative. And Baba took a modest path that up until 27, my brother, we can't do this. And you could see Baba allowing those kind of voices to be able to feature, right? Okay. So after Baba's death, of course, Sifuna, felt like, I'm going with my narrative that I just don't want this government at all. And as we are going with the narrative that those two things must last until 2027. Okay. So that difference, of course, is born to politically cause a lot of heat, and then people would then split.
All right.
And you remember that it now becomes an issue of principle. For instance, where we find ourselves that you then criticize the president as this monster who has done all the bad things, right? Which is okay. It's justifiable from where it comes from. But then if you criticize the president in that level, and then you say that the alternative for me to work with is somebody like Rigathi Gachagua. Are you getting it? You see where the principle becomes a problem? Or Matiang'i, who these are people that during the time that Baba was with us, when Baba took certain positions, including the Sufuria movement, if you remember, and the Sufuria movement was Sifuna and I. The day we were almost being killed in Kuare. Go and look at what we call Africa Uncensored. I was behind Baba together with Honorable Martha Karua. We were almost being killed with Baba in the streets. We went through those street battles. And at that time, Rigathi Gachagua, of course, is still honorable, went on TV and declared that police are not having guns as toys. They should kill people in the streets.
Did he say they should kill people in the streets?
My friend, Gachagua even went and said that his job in the morning, go and look at all Gachagua clips. There's even a time that during that Maandamano, the police went to villages in Kisumu, in Kakamega, in all ODM zones. And when they went to those villages, they started bastardizing women. They started killing people in those places. We went to Kisumu with Baba and our people and other places like Kakamega and those places. And when we got to those bodies and we showed Kenyans that this is what this guy has ordered the police to do. Okay? Do you know what Gachaga's response was? That these bodies that we are carrying, our own people who have died. Yeah? We have hired them from the mortuary.
I remember that conversation.
Are you getting it? So when we have been working with Sifuna on a number of things, and then he says that the alternative cannot miss these people in it, would you judge me for sticking for where Baba left us in broad-based?
I wouldn't judge any of you.
You wouldn't judge any of us.
Any of you.
No, I think you don't.
No, but to answer your question directly, no, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't judge me. You know what I mean? So because of that, then people feel that AD and Sifuna have been friends and have got beef. No, we don't have beef. We just differ on principle. Not even political ideology, because I believe in the democratic rights of people in this country. I believe in the issues of economic merit of people, opportunities to young people. Go and look at my story at Obina Show.
Okay.
Because I cannot tell you the entire story here. From where I've come from to where I am, even serving the people of Migori is a privilege.
What I will do, Senator,
Yes.
I will invite you because I want to hear the story from a different perspective.
Yes.
So njoo tena, alafu tutakuuliza hizo maswali, alafu utaweza kutuelezea.
Yeah. Asante. Na kitu ya mwisho, because I hear people complain about the issue of now I'm the minority whip, deputy minority whip, and Sifuna used to have that seat, and we have good friends. After we still sit the same, we are desk mate, basically, if it was a school, right? You see, once you have differed with a political party, principally, you said that our principles have differed. You will understand when political parties then change leadership in the House, because those positions in the House are held to be able to promote the legislative agenda of that side where you sit. If you're in conflict, then it just becomes difficult for you to be able to do this. And this happened with Sifuna himself. When we got in from election, the whip was Fatuma Dulo, the senator for Isiolo. The deputy whip was Oledamo Olekina. When Honorable Fatuma Dulo whipped a number of Jubilee senators and MPs to go to the other side without political party position, she was de-whipped from that position in the ugliest manner possible. And these things are on record. You can check on them. In fact, I take responsibility, and Sifuna should as well, because it is Sifuna, myself, and Ledama who actually pushed out Senator Dulo so that Sifuna could become the deputy minority whip, the deputy minority whip, and then the Senator Ledama now could then become the whip. So it happens. And when this happened, of course, for him, there was a meeting, which actually they were in. Me, I came to that meeting late. I didn't even know the agenda. And you can ask him what happened in that meeting, because I don't want to blow my own trumpet. But I still believe that if it was myself, like if I differ with the party by myself, you will not see me being removed. I will actually resign. I've said this a number of times. Asitangoja natolewa deputy whip, ama natolewa kwa neck ya ODM. No, I will resign if I differ with you in principle, because this is what Baba told us and taught us. Even through his resignation from a public office in Langata and from all the party positions in Ford Kenya. He resigned. He said we differ on principle, we still share ideologies, we might meet huko mbele, lakini shida ni kwamba for now We have differed in principle. So it is nothing personal. It's just the political place where he finds himself now and where I find myself now. People have differed in principle.
Okay.
And it's okay because we're a democracy.
Yes.
I still believe that we must support this government and make sure that it ultimately delivers to the people of Kenya, T2027. And should there be no alternative agenda
Yes.
from the alternative they say alternative opposition, and also there are characters there that even me,
yes,
I'll feel very uncomfortable working with.
Mheshimiwa, we have really overrun our time, but thank you so much. Nikikuita tena utakuja?
Oh, anytime. I miss CT, my friend. This guy helps me to have a serious intellectual conversation, and I've also loved you, man. Yes. I think that the way you wire your questions shows some serious intellectual rigor that we need to have in our society, not simplistic conversations, because the problem of these countries that have been there for the last 63 years are not simple conversations that we will finish with simple 1 or 2 day slogans. It has to be complex and disengaging. So I've loved the show.
Shukran, Mheshimiwa. We shall definitely give you a call back.
Thank you so much.
Folks, it's Friday. It's now 13 minutes past 10 o'clock. See you on Monday bright and early at 6 a.m.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. At least 6 people, including 3 students, are dead following a road crash involving a private van, a trailer and a 14-seater matatu at Lesos Junction along the Nakuru-Eldoret Highway. Several other passengers were injured in the Thursday accident and were rushed to Burnt Forest and Plateau hospitals for treatment. As emergency responders and police arrived at the scene, Uasin Gishu County Traffic Enforcement Officer Cornelius Chesimet confirmed the accident, saying investigations have been launched to establish the exact cause of the collision. President William Ruto has proposed a new long-term national development plan to guide Kenya after Vision 2030. Speaking during his State of the Nation address, Ruto said Vision 2030 is nearing its end and called for an inclusive process to develop a people-driven national charter. He said the new framework should be anchored in the Constitution and guide the country's development beyond political administrations.
The second reason why I believe this is our moment is because our current roadmap is approaching its destination. Vision 2030 has brought us this far, but it is approaching its horizon. It has served Kenya well. It transformed the way we think about national development, provided a common direction, inspired investment, guided policy in the public space, and demonstrated the power of long-term planning. But honesty also requires us to acknowledge that some of its ambitions remain unattained.
Police have launched investigations after a 3-member gang armed with crude weapons attacked Kamrongo Estate in Kisumu, injuring 1 person and destroying property of unknown value. The suspects, who were captured on CCTV, reportedly terrorized residents during the raid before fleeing. Police are pursuing leads as security operations continue in the area.
Kuna huyu mwezi fulani alikuwa amebeba TV. Akaenda katuana akasema ati ndao wengine kujeni. Kuna huyu mwenye alikuwa amebeba kroba. Sasa alikuwa na aim kudunga mtu, ikapata nini mambo kwa uso.
They didn't only raid this particular place. There's a neighborhood here that they tried actually to gain entry, but they could not actually get in. But actually they vandalized the car. If this particular police station can actually be enhanced by giving them transport so that they can be able to actually do regular patrol.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has arrested 7 current and former senior Nakuru County officials, along with a contractor, over the alleged irregular award of tenders worth more than 120 million Kenya shillings. The arrest follows investigations into claims that companies linked to a senior county official were used to secure multiple county contracts, raising concerns over conflict of interest and procurement irregularities. The DPP has since approved corruption-related charges against them. The Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo has killed more than 1,500 people as authorities struggle to contain the spread of the virus. Government data shows the country has recorded more than 3,400 cases and 1,521 deaths. The outbreak is mainly affecting eastern DRC, where ongoing conflict has made it difficult for health teams to respond effectively. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie.